Ma'am, shall we introduce or shall we start directly? Namaskar and a very warm good morning to all the ladies and gentlemen assembled today on this virtual platform.
I have this, but the problem I think.
Ma'am, kindly check with the echo. There's a mic problem is there with your echo.
We'll take a second. Please excuse me.
Are you using two devices at one place, ma'am?
Yes.
Please off that device, ma'am. Because of that, the echo is coming. Kindly switch off that device and continue with the laptop, ma'am. And I request all other to keep the mic in the mute, so there may be echo.
I request everyone to please keep your mic on mute because we are facing echo problem.
Now it is fine, ma'am. You can continue.
Okay. Namaskar and very warm good morning to all the ladies and gentlemen assembled today on this virtual platform. I, Anupma Dubey Mohanty, take the privilege to compare the mega event on Mega Cities Smart and Sustainable, being organized by Institute of Public Enterprise Hyderabad in collaboration with Action School, ActionAid Association India, World Urban Campaign and Urban Synergies Group Australia. It's a great moment of public enterprise to host an event where galaxy of experts from all across the world will share their knowledge and enhance our mental horizons. By 2050, the global population is expected to grow to over 9 billion, and 80% of that population will reside in cities. Today, cities are home to just over half of the global population of 7 billion. Meanwhile, cities comprise just 2% of the Earth's land mass and are responsible for the consumption of 80% of the Earth's resources. The accelerating growth of cities and their disproportionate consumption of physical and social resources are unsustainable, as are the traditional systems cities rely upon to deliver resources. How these cities look around the world will impact our environment, and hence it is crucial that we proactively understand what we want for our future cities and put in place systems now that support those future needs in a sustainable and integrated way. Cities have always been complex in character. For cities to become both smart and sustainable, more environmentally sound, economically prosperous, and socially just, there is a need of integration and mutually inclusive development. I sincerely hope you will enjoy today and the next day discussion on making cities smart and sustainable. Before inviting Dr. C.H. Lakshmi Kumari, the Associate Professor IP and the Program Coordinator, I will recite a shloka of Ma Saraswati. Ya kundintu sharhardha shubhra Vastravita, Ya Vidavar Dand Mandiyakara, Ya Shwet Padmasana, Ya Brahmachut Shankar Prabhutbi Dev Sadavandita, Samapati Saraswati Bhagavati Nishet Jadyapaha. Now, without taking enough time, I request Dr. Lakshmi.
Anupama, voice break.
Ma'am, we can continue, ma'am.
Walk you through the event and introduce you to our.
Hello. Hello. Anupama?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah.
You can start now.
Yeah. So good morning, all of you. I welcome you all for this two-day event on making cities smart and sustainable. So before welcoming all the dignitaries and experts in the area of especially urbanization and smart cities. I would like to share with you that our association, especially with ActionAid, Association India, and Urban Action School, Citizens Right Civic, and all these organizations, we had a collaboration from the past 4 years, working on urbanization, various issues in the area of urbanizations we have been working at IPE. And as a part, advancement in this is that we have taken this to the international platform of organizing this event along with Urban Thinker Campus. We are so happy to say that Urban Thinker Campus is collaborating with us for hosting this, and also international collaborations. I thank them. Urban Synergizing Group, Dr. Greg is here, and Queensland University, Australia, and also Sunil Dubeji and Khwaja Sab. And I would like to say that K. Madhavrao Garu, our president, who was the driving and motivating force behind this entire journey of urbanization in IPE. And welcome Professor R.K. Mishra and also Sandeep Ji, who are the chairs for this event. And also I would like to welcome Dr. Greg, founder of Urban Synergy Group Australia, Professor Chris Johnson, former CEO of Urban Task Force Australia, Professor Amitabh Kundu, who is a distinguished fellow, research and information systems for developing countries, and Khwaja Sahab, and Mr. K. Madhavrao Garu, former Chief Secretary, Government of Andhra Pradesh, and President, Board of Governors, Institute of Public Enterprise, Professor Sunil Dubey, Institutional Advisor, University of Sydney, Australia, Professor Hitesh Vaidya, Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs, New Delhi, and Professor Angela Gurtu, Chairperson, Center for Society and Policy, ISEC Bangalore. We have with us Dr. J. Rajeshwar Garu. He is a head for climate change and disaster risk management, and Dr. S. Venkat Mohan Garu, senior principal scientist, and Dr. Liz Broden, lecturer in transdisciplinary design from Queensland University of Technology, Australia, and Dr. S.K. Acharya, former CMD, NLC, and independent director, Bhubaneswar Smart City Limited. I welcome you all once again, sir, for this event. And in this event, today we are going to discuss on smart city development in national and international context, on cutting edge issues in sustainable urban living, including housing, water, energy, mobility, public services, pollution, green space, Internet of Things, and information technology. Our goal primary is to promote new initiatives through this event and come up with recommendations that are implementable in making cities smart and sustainable at the national and international level. Over to Anupama. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking us through the event and introducing us to our delegates and collaborators. To open the event formally and set the tune, I would like to request Professor R.K. Mishra, Director, IPE, to address the gathering. Professor R.K. Mishra, Senior Professor, Director, and ONGC Subir Rahat Enterprise, is a graduate of International Management Program, SDA Bocconi, Milan, Italy. He has been a fellow British Council and Commonwealth Secretariat. He has had research instinct at London School, Business School, and Maison des Sciences de Helmholtz, Paris. He has taught at the University of Bradford, United Kingdom, and was a visiting professor at Paris University of Technology, Mara, Malaysia, Faculty of Economics, University of Ljubljana, Slovenia. He is a member of the UN Task Force on Standards of Excellence in Public Administration and Education. He has been a management consultant to several organizations, including DFID, Deloitte, Adam Smith Institute, ADB, and Center for Good Governance. He was associated with the UNDP project on macroeconomics of poverty reduction carried out by RBI, Indira Gandhi Institute, Development Banking and Research. I request you, sir, to please
Thank you,
address the gathering.
Professor
Over
Anupma.
to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Anupma. It's a great opportunity, a grand time for the Institute of Public Enterprise. Let me first again welcome our respected President, Shri K. Madhav Rao, who has been a very senior policy maker in our country and also the president of this institute. This institute was set up way back in 1964, and it was set up as a think tank. Because around that time, there were not many think tanks who could advise Government of India and state governments on several issues connected with development, connected with the economy, connected with the international relations. And those who set up the institute, they came from the academic world, highly reputed senior professors who adored very senior positions in the global organizations. Thereafter, many ICS officers, Indian civil service officers, they joined the institute. I'm very happy to tell that Mr. R.C. Dutt, who was an ICS officer, was also looking after the urban development in 1964 in the Government of India. So it's a great augury, I think, to think of this conference. And as a think tank, Institute of Public Enterprise has been helping the state governments, the central government, many international organizations on several issues. And this smart city is again a very, very important issue because all around the world now, urbanization is growing. And urbanization, when we talk about urbanization, then its seeds were grown in globalization of environment. Then urbanization and urban growth issues came up. This followed the issues in sustainable urban development and sustainable cities. And then came the problem of information and communication technologies. And hence, I think, afterwards, I think we saw, the concept of urbanization coming up. Now, when you go to the literature on urbanization, left and right, we don't find any one definition of urbanization. It differs, I think, from country to country and from scholar to scholar. But when you talk about urbanization, I find there is some agreement on certain issues. And urbanization means, I think, adequate water supply. Urbanization means assured electricity supply in cities. Urbanization leads to sanitation, including solid waste management, efficient urban mobility and public transport, affordable housing, especially for the poor, robust IT connectivity and digitalization, good governance, especially e-governance and citizen participation, sustainable environment, safety and security of citizens, particularly women, children, and the elderly, and health and education. As far as smart solutions are concerned, this is only, I think, an illustrative list of issues, that we follow. What is the future, I think, of the smart cities? And when we talk of future of smart cities, then we'll have to concentrate on sustainable development. These smart cities have to be citizen-centric. They have to be economically vibrant. They have to create conditions where facilities are accessible to everybody in such cities. They have to be resilient and they have to be well governed. I think this is very, very important characteristic. They have to be responsive and they have to have a good approach to plan the things. Now, if we talk of smart cities, there are a couple of things which are a must. And if we don't have these things, I don't think we can carry this concept of smart cities too far. And what are those things? City residents should come first. Governments are elected to serve them. I think this is a very clear message, I think, for those who are in the field of implementation of smart cities programs. We have to put technology at the service of solving specific problems. Complexity is our enemy. We should not think that smart city is only an IT, fad. No, it's no more an IT fad. I've just, I think, pointed out smart cities is a very comprehensive concept. It is an omnibus concept, and IT is a very small part of that. Collaboration is key. Build public, private, and a community partnership. Again, this is very, very important. Smart city is not something in the government files because government will always be away from people. Government has to come to people as such, and they must, I think, make it a people-driven issue. Build the connectivity infrastructure and depend on the private sector to create services. Now, these are the things, and keeping these things in mind, what we have thought is that we'll have a 2-day conference. In the first day, we'll have this inaugural, followed by 3 sessions. On the second day, again, we'll have 3 sessions. besides the valedictory session. But then we'll have a distinguished lecture from one of the most distinguished speakers around the world. That is Professor Chris. We are very grateful to Professor Chris to be with us. Now, when we talk about this particular conference, I must make a mention of Mr. Khwaja. This is the 30th meeting I think we are having on Smart Cities conference here. He has been very kind to us. He has been coming every time when we requested him to come, I think. This is the 30th, I think, time we are talking about smart cities. I think now finally it is taking the shape of conference. But before that, we had an elaborate plan, who should be called, how we should reach out. And Mr. Khwaja traveled to Australia also. And when he was in Australia, he had a connect with OSAD and the Indian Institute of Indian and OSAD Institute. Besides that, we have been helped a lot in this by Dr. Sunil Dubey. Dr. Sunil Dubey has been mentoring us from day one on this, and he has used all his connects to bring the best from the world. We know, I think today when we talk of this conference, the kind of, the experts we have, these experts are, are heard everywhere. They are, welcomed everywhere, and they are held in high esteem, I think, all around the world. Now, this is a great moment for the Institute of Public Enterprise that we are having this conference. And this is one of the conferences, I think, which will be valued very, very high. Before that, we had, I think, 330 conferences so far. We have published about 350 books in the Institute. We have trained about 50,000 public sector managers and private sector managers. We have trained about 2,500 IS officers, Indian officers of the Indian Administrative Service, including a person who joins IS on the first day, to the chief secretaries and to the cabinet secretaries. Several cabinet secretaries have also gone through training from the Institute of Public Enterprise. Several CEOs of public sector, they have come, and all of us know that there are some public sector enterprises which are bigger than the state. Their revenues are bigger than the state. I'm very happy, I think, that this conference is now taking place, and in this inaugural session, we are going to be benefited by the comments as event primer by Mr. Sandeep Chachra, who is the chief of the Action Aid in our country, very deeply engrossed in the issue of smart cities. And we'll have 3 special addresses, again from 3 distinguished people of very great reckoning, not only in India, but around the world. They have published heavily, they are cited heavily, they are talked heavily, and their inputs on public policy, has gone both to global institutions and the specialist groups. And these are, we'll have a special address from Professor Amitabh Kundu, who is the distinguished fellow, has contributed a lot, has driven the urbanization policy in India. We'll have the special address from Mr. Khwaja, who has held very, very senior positions, both at the state, and also at the central level, as Secretary Environment to the Government of India, and as Secretary Environment to the Government of India. One issue which he was tackling all along was how to make urbanization people friendly. Then we'll have another very important, special address coming from Professor Sunil Dubey, who is considered to be a leading expert on urbanization and smart cities in Australia and New Zealand. He's the institutional advisor of Urban Innovation and Smart Cities Institute. And then we'll have the keynote address from Professor Chris Johnson, who has done about 10 books on Indian urbanization. His books, whenever there is a plan on urbanization, he's consulted. And whenever I think, there is any policy document, is done, I saw the policy document of the Ministry of Urban Affairs, and I saw him being quoted very, very often over there. Then we'll have the inaugural address from Dr. Gregor, who is the founder, executive director of the Urban Synergies Group. And finally, we'll have the presidential remarks from our respected president, Mr. K. Madhav Rao, who is our president and the former chief secretary government of Andhra Pradesh. I'm very sure that when we finish this conference tomorrow, we'll have sizable inputs. And these inputs will be forwarded to the ministry. I had 2 calls from Durga Shankar Mishra ji, who is the Secretary, Urban Affairs, Government of India, and the Joint Secretary, and they asked me to forward the summary of the deliberations. And also, I was I was called by the External Affairs Ministry of the Government of India, who are bridging, building a bridge between Australia and India on economic policies So they have also expressed their desire. I think some of them may be joining today. I received the message from one of the secretaries, and on the same footing, I am sure that we'll have very senior civil servants, very senior officers from Australia also joining us soon. So it is a collaborative effort. It is a collaborative effort, as Dr. Lakshmi told, between several institutions. And this collaborative effort, I am sure, will add value to what we have been thinking on smart cities so far in India and abroad. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for really setting the tune of the event. Professor Mishra highlighted the variety of work done by IP. Professor Mishra also highlighted the significance and role of smart cities, along with he defined the smart cities, and he also showed a way forward towards this. We are delighted to have with us Shri Sandeep Chachra. Shri Sandeep Chachra is Executive Director of Action Aid and co-chair of World Urban Campaign. He is also Managing Editor of Agrarian South Journal of Political Economy. It's a tri-annual journal of SAGE. Sir, I request you to please address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anupama. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anupama, for your introduction, and Dr. Lakshmi for your introduction to the event. Thank you, Professor Dr. R.K. Mishra, for laying out the remit of this two-day conference. I join you actually, Dr. Mishra, in welcoming everybody to this Urban Thinkers Campus and the Urban Action School. Two names which have been used. I'll spell it out a bit. So on behalf of both ActionAid India and the World Urban Campaign, the latter which I have the privilege to co-chair, it's an honor to be collaborating with the Institute of Public Enterprises. We go a long way. Professor Mishra, thank you and your team. And this time around also Dr. Greg and the Urban Synergies Group. I understand Dr. Liz is also with us. It's very nice to be collaborating with you. This is our first formal collaboration. And of course, with our own counterpart, CIRIC. And I understand you work at the Queensland Institute and the Queensland University. So this is a good collaboration to bring this joint version of the Urban Thinkers Campus and the the Urban Action School per se. Now, a word about what is ActionAid India. ActionAid Association India, friends and colleagues from outside of the country who don't know, is a national social justice and ecological justice organization. I mean, it's an organization which is now almost completing 5 decades of existence. And in these 5 decades, I will not be able to repeat the beautiful memory which Dr. Mishra just preceded me in also counting the number of conferences. So I'll not be able to even give you a hint of how many conferences ActionAid would have organized in the last 50 years. But much more than that, ActionAid works for social and ecological justice with poor and vulnerable communities across of India, across of the 26 states and 1 union territory of India for the last 5 decades. ActionAid Association India is also part of a global federation of social organizations including in Australia, who have had different histories, but now work together as an ActionAid International in a federation, global federation in 46 countries called ActionAid International, working to advance equality and justice around those 46 countries in partnership with civil society formations, academia, activists, movements, unions, and also sometimes in critical collaboration with the welfare state itself in different countries. The Urban Action School, this jargon has been used. So let me try and demystify it, but Professor Mishra can perhaps do it better. But the Urban Action School, as the name suggests, is an action school. It's a 3-week action learning space and a collaborative venture between of the Institute of Public Enterprises, IPE, Hyderabad, and ActionAid Association India, headquartered in Delhi. For the last 5 years, we've been doing this what we call the winter school, a 3-week winter school in November, December every year, And we bring together about 40, 50 students, activists, urban policy planners, researchers, and also practitioners together for 3 weeks, put them together in a room and ourselves in that room as well, in a critical action, reflection, learning space on advancing inclusive and sustainable urbanization goals for our collaborative venture, as you know. Of course, over the last 5 years, we've had focused on different themes. The last of which I remember was on the question of urban commons. But my colleague, Mr. K.T. Suresh, who leads us on that venture, is here, and perhaps he can tell us how the urban action schools are structured over the last 5 years and what lessons have been learned. A word on the World Urban Campaign, which I have the honor of co-chairing for the last 5 years. It's an elected role, and with me are other co-chairs from other bits of the world. The World Urban Campaign, as the name suggests, is a campaign space. It's a campaign which is inside and outside of the UN Habitat, the urbanization agency of UN. So the World Urban Campaign is located within of the UN Habitat, but it also has an outside connect in that it has that dual space which all campaigns must have in inside outside space. The World Urban Campaign per se, as the name suggests, is a campaigning initiative to advance inclusive and sustainable urbanization. In the current context, and my colleague Dr. Greg is also a part of that. In the current context, the focus is to advance implementation of the recently adopted, not now quite recent, 2016 adopted New Urban Agenda, which all of us across member states across the world have agreed to, if not signed on to. So the World Urban Campaign's idea is to advance sustainable and equitable urbanization, inclusive urbanization over the next decades, over the next 2 decades to be more precise. And interestingly, the World Urban Campaign is coming together of very diverse kind of forces: the civil society, the movements, the slum dwellers formations, the think tanks, the academia, the urban local governance associations and local bodies, but also interestingly the private sector. So it's a very interesting mix, and one of its most recent campaigns of the World Urban Campaign, which you may be very happy to know, the title is compelling, and this is called The City We Need. Exactly on lines of what Professor Mishra was imagining of elements of what kind of urbanization he's dreaming of. The city we need is a list of collective dreaming, let me put it, of the kind of urban spaces we as thinkers, as practitioners, as people, city dwellers would imagine in the years to come. I would encourage you to look up the web spaces for both ActionAid India, dear participants, as well as for the World Urban Campaign to see more details of what I have talked about. The Urban Thinkers campuses are an instrument of the World Urban Campaign, and a word on Urban Thinkers campus. So as the name suggests, but these are not only thinkers campuses, these are actually democratic coming togethers and self-initiative of members of the World Urban Campaign, as well as associated formations, which come together over the last decade. Hundreds of such urban thinkers campuses have been organized across of different continents. And these have contributed to what now constitutes the New Urban Agenda. You know, the imagery of the New Urban Agenda in a lot of substance was contributed from the within of the imaginations of the urban thinkers campuses, the democratic imaginations which contributed to drafting of the New Urban Agenda. Now, of course, the urban thinkers campuses are more action spaces. So we are even thinking of revisioning the name. But in action spaces, they are advancing the implementation of the New Urban Agenda. Friends, this is a very good opportunity for me to express virtual gratitude. I wish we were there physically together, but virtual gratitude to the Institute of Public Enterprises. We're really deeply honored, Professor Mishra, to work with you, Dr. Lakshmi, Dr. Anupama, Dr. Srinivas, of course, Dr. Khwaja and Chairperson Madhavji. With deep respect for you. We've learned a lot working together with you, and I want to express this gratitude for us coming together. Last year, late last year, I want to share with the participants that late last year, we signed a memorandum of understanding to initiate training courses on urban management and urban development under the new proposed Center for Urban Management. So this spells out our thinking with reference to this collaborative space between ActionAid India and the IPE of how we see this whole question of urban development and management in future, with the idea of bringing together to young people and practitioners an informed space to engage in the process of sustainable and inclusive urbanization. Towards this end, friends, many courses will be organized and a range of international collaborations will happen. Let me give an example. At the recent World Urban Forum, few months ago, Dr. Lakshmi and myself and Dr. K.T. Suresh were together from both these institutions at Abu Dhabi, the World Urban Forum. I think it was in end of February sometime, and which is where ActionAid India probably was given the World Habitat Award. But at this meeting, we explored a range of international collaboration with universities, and I'm glad the Urban Synergies group led by Dr. Greg is here today as a result of that. But a range of other collaborations with academia, with private sector parties, with think tanks have been developed. And these will all be distilled together in bringing to you this advanced Center for Urban Management in future. And I'm very proud as ActionAid to be associated with that. So this is what I have to say in a nutshell on the context of how this particular Urban Action School, this particular Urban Thinkers Campus was put together. We had thought that if it was a physical meeting, we'd probably be announcing the launch of our course, but things have, of course, intervened and futures have changed, we all know. So we're having this meeting virtually at a very interesting time and on a very interesting question. At a very interesting time because as has been said in the opening by Dr. Anupama, that at this moment the world is, one can say the world is more urban than rural, slightly more urban than rural in this decade. And in another 10 years or a little more, actually by 2050 it would be 80% urban. And so it comes at a very interesting time when the urban question is the predominant question. But it comes also at a super problematic time when we saw what happened in the past few months with the onslaught of the pandemic. And it exposed, this particular pandemic, to my mind, exposed the vulnerability that our cities have been built on, and the latent challenges that will rear their ugly head one day or another. For now, we have visuals of the world where we saw workers of the cities in large numbers, of course in our own country, but in several other countries, go back to the security of their rural arenas. However insecure, we don't know, but a huge reverse migration, some would say one of the largest reverse migrations in a limited period in a long time in history. So in some ways, it's a very interesting time to have this conversation on what is smart cities and what is sustainable urbanization. What kind of cities are we thinking of? What is this pandemic proofing to cities? I'm sure this debate will come up. What is smartness in any case, with reference to majorities of the workers and the residents of the city? Are these smart enclaves we are talking about, or are these smart inclusive processes that we are talking of? Several questions arise, and I think this is something that each of the sessions, I am pretty sure with the kind of speakers we have here, will deliberate on. For I have this duality in mind. Is it a specter? Is urbanization a specter which is going to haunt us in the next 2 decades or 3 decades? Or is it an opportunity and a happiness that awaits us? I wonder. Or is it a wonder that awaits us? And I think a lot will depend on the kind of decisions and the kind of actions taken in the next few years with reference to how urbanization proceeds. from 50%, let's say, as of now, to about 80-90% in the next 3 decades or so. And what kind of lessons which have been learned are incorporated into the future designs of processes of urbanization. And I think these are the interesting dilemmas and interesting debates and interesting questions, which I am sure the various sessions of this conference would engage with. I personally am very excited and looking forward to myriad of contributions over the next 2 days. And with that, with that excitement, I don't want to hide it really, and a lot of challenges, to be honest. But with that excitement, I know I've done over my time limit. I hand it back to you, Dr. Anupama, with a big welcome, warmly welcome, and a big thank you to all the co-panelists here. Looking forward to listen to you and looking forward to learn from you. Thank you.
I sincerely acknowledge Sandeep sir for highlighting, on behalf of IPE, for highlighting our collaborations with ActionAid, and also introducing everyone to ActionAid, Urban Action School, Word Urban Campaign, and briefing the mission and vision of these institutes. Apart from that, sir also left us with a question of defining SMART. And I'm very sure that the kind of delegates today we have, we will be able to find out the question which Sandeep sir left for us. It's really a privilege to request Professor Amitabh Kundu, who is currently Distinguished Fellow at Research and Information System for Developing Countries. Professor Kundu is chairing the committee overviewing the survey for Swachh Bharat Mission Rural. He was regional advisor on poverty at UNESCWA, Beirut during 2007, and consultant to the government of Sri Lanka during 2016. Until January 2014, he was
Anupama, I can't hear you. Your voice is breaking. Okay. I don't know whether it's a problem with my connection. Everybody else can hear?
Yes, I think
everyone
so.
can.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
Rakesh, kindly upload Professor
Now,
Kundu.
this is all right. This is okay.
Is it fine, sir?
Yeah, fine, ma'am. There is no
It's
issue.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. I was introducing, I was taking the privilege, sir, to introduce you to everyone, our ladies, our participants. Until January 2014, he was professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He has been the dean of the School of Social Sciences and has served as a member of National Statistical Commission during 2006 to 8. He had been chairperson of the Post-Structure Evaluation Committee set up by the Ministry of Minority Affairs and was a visiting professor at the University of Amsterdam and in Paris University, two different universities in Germany. He has worked as a director at various institutes in India and is the editorial board of Manpower Journal, Urban India, Journal of Educational Planning and Administration, Indian Journal of Labor Economics. He has about 35 books and 300 research articles published in India and abroad to his credit. I request Professor Amitabh Kundu to please deliver this special address. Over to you, sir.
And Baba, I must say that if my voice is also breaking as much as yours, then it wouldn't really make much sense, because I couldn't hear 70% of what you said, excepting my name being mentioned. Am I audible clearly to you?
Your voice is crystal clear, sir. Very crystal clear. It's very clear.
Sorry, Sandeep, what did you say? I can't hear you.
Your voice is very clear.
Sir, you are audible, sir. Then, yes. You are audible, sir.
Your voice is clear, sir.
Your voice is clear, sir.
He can't hear us. So just
Maybe a network issue, sir.
But we can hear him. So it's his speaker which is not working. It's his mic one way which is not working. So maybe you can message him on his mobile phone.
Yes.
As a message that his voice is clear so he can speak.
Can we go meanwhile to the next speaker?
Sir, my voice is clear or not?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's clear, ma'am.
Sorry, I can't hear anything.
Okay, so shall I request Khwaja sir, and then we will come back to Amitabh sir
Yes,
to save the time?
that would be fine.
Okay. It's really an honor to request Mr. R.H. Khwaja, the former Secretary Government of India, to deliver this special address. Sir has served with great distinction in many key assignments in Andhra Pradesh, including Collector and District Magistrate, Khammam, Managing Director, Andhra Pradesh State Housing Corporation, Commissioner, Municipal
Everybody can
Corporation
hear.
of
Connect to
Hyderabad,
the
and Member Secretary, Andhra Pradesh State Pollution Control Board. The range of experience of Mr. Khwaja in the Union government includes assignment in economics, infrastructure, science and technology, and service sector ministries. He worked in the ministries of food, commerce, environment and forest, tourism and mines. I request you, sir, to please deliver your address. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Is he on board?
Yes, sir.
Khwaja, sir, you are on mute.
Sir, you are on mute, sir.
I have raised a request to unmute, sir.
Yeah, yes.
Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
So,
yeah. Fine.
namaste, good morning and good
Namaste.
afternoon to all our distinguished participants. At the outset, let me very sincerely thank Professor Mishra and his team in particular for giving me this privilege and honor of being part of such a distinguished group across the global commons. I'm particularly honored by the kind words which Professor Mishra had for me, which I must submit in humility are often overstated, but it's always nice to hear good things. I also compliment the co-partners, Urban Action School, Action Aid Association of India. We just heard Sandeep ji, World Urban Campaign, and Urban Synergies Group of Australia. It's a privilege to have colleagues like Dr. Sunil Dubey, with whom I interacted in the University of New South Wales in Australia, and Professor Chris Johnson. Well, I am a practical administrator, even though I am now 6 years into my retirement, but I still consider myself as a practical administrator. And I will straight away launch into the theme and try to submit my limited understanding. Firstly, let me take up on what Professor Sandeep said when he said, what do we understand by smart cities? Do we have unsmart cities? And if so, are we indulging in some semantical jugglery? And when we talk of the issues which were outlined in the beginning by Dr. Mishra, be it environmental, be it pollution control, be it technology, I would like to give a different paradigm to this discussion. I would say my problem has been having served in certain assignments where at the field level for many, many years, we grappled with, raw, challenging realities. As a district magistrate, as the commissioner of Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, which was then and even now the 5th largest metropolis in the country, as the head of the weaker sections housing program and managing director of the AP State Housing Corporation, as member secretary of the Pollution Control Board of Andhra Pradesh, and my 8.5 years in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change in 2 different stints. The issues I came across were common. And in the Indian context with which I am more familiar, I would like to flag them as follows. Number 1, poverty, social inequality, occupational hazards, environmental concerns of the most serious nature, namely availability of clean air, water, decongestion, absence of zonation, health and hygiene, and the absence of land use patterns. And then, to me, the greatest challenge today is the COVIDian realities. This conference was originally scheduled in April 2020. And as Professor Mishra mentioned, we tried to organize this conference in a manner that we could take on board the most severe challenges which we are facing. But let us look at what has happened since our planning in February, March. Now, specifically on the urban landscape, we have been totally exposed. I'm very sorry to say this, but we have been totally exposed in our healthcare infrastructure. We were aware of our weaknesses. Then we have been exposed in our lack of planning. How could we be so harsh to our own countrymen, to the deprived sections of society, to the socially disadvantaged, to the economically underprivileged, of not thinking of their welfare? And that has led to mass migration issues. The amount of human misery and suffering, we seem to have been extremely hard-hearted. In the city of Hyderabad, in which I normally reside, at the moment I'm not in Hyderabad, I'm happy to say that a large number of philanthropic challenge and charitable organizations came forward and helped. So the first issue is, what are the cities going to be today, tomorrow, and day after in the context of the urban migration that we have witnessed to rural areas? Now that brings up semi-skilled and skilled manpower requirements, the movement of populations, which means all the logistics which are involved in transportation, in safe transportation, in caring on the long journey for health, for nutrition. The resultant crisis, which is gripping major cities, including Hyderabad, in terms of construction sector, in terms of shortage of skill sets. The second issue I would like to highlight in the COVIDian context is what I call the negative impact of the free meal culture in our country, in many parts of the country, which is we give doles when there are better ways of socially and economically uplifting weaker sections of society. The easiest way is to give a direct subsidy, put the amount in the bank, or to give some food grains. That's the easiest option. The challenging option is to make them partners in progress, to involve them in societal efforts. That's the challenging part. But we take the easy way out. Now, in the city of Hyderabad, in the state of Telangana, to which I belong, we have witnessed this, that as part of the COVIDian reality, most of the plumbers were from the state of Odisha or Odisha, our neighboring state, and they left. So Hyderabad started facing an acute shortage of plumbers. Most of the people who are experts in construction, and that too marble flooring and such things, they were from Rajasthan, and they left. And there were many skilled masons who were neighboring state of Andhra Pradesh. Till 2014, we were the United States of Andhra Pradesh, and on 2nd June 2014, we were bifurcated into Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So they left for Andhra Pradesh, and Hyderabad found it skill-less. And we even now, I don't find my colleagues in the system working on this. So this is a very important issue. And I call it part of the free meal culture. People do not want to, unfortunately, put in the hard miles. Then I come to land use planning. Now, very interesting things are happening. Many of the big giants who are there, they have started work from home. for obvious reasons. And this is leading to redundancy of the office space available. And what about the millions or billions of investment made? The tourism and hospitality sector, and I was part of the hospitality and tourism sector as Secretary Government of India for over 2 years. They are coming out with innovative solutions. Like, for example, some hotels are being transformed into workplaces. To reduce the operational costs, which to me doesn't appeal at all. I would always prefer, that's the reality today. So e-life is becoming some of the issues which I think we have to take into consideration. Now, because we are supposed to think of some pragmatic solutions here. So let me try to make a few submissions vis-a-vis the issues I have tried to raise. The first is any democratic society, and that includes India, must look at, somebody said, I think some century ago, every country gets the government it deserves. And I recall modifying it to saying when I was Commissioner of Hyderabad Municipal Corporation 30 years ago, that every civic body and the set of citizens get what they deserve mutually. Now, this to me is the biggest challenge. Where is the political will in respect of the issues I've raised? Nutrition, healthcare, urban infrastructure, migration, taking care of socially and underprivileged sections of society. So this to me is the biggest challenge. We have to acknowledge our failures, learn from them, and move forward. The second submission I would like to make is that, like the famous historian B.H. Littleheart said, why don't we learn from history? That's the title of a famous book of his. Why don't we learn from history? And I have always said, we do not. Now, I think we have reached the tipping point where environmental sustainability should compel us into saying we must learn from history. We must not repeat, our mistakes, avoid making mistakes and move forward. So for that, there has to be collaboration, there has to be synergy. I'm a strong votary, and I've always personally tried different assignments that I've worked in to involve civil society proactively, not merely reactively. NGOs, non-governmental organizations, we have to raise our social conscience levels. The key issues to me would be healthcare, education, electronic connectivity, but above all, social consciousness. And let me give the simple example from the state of Kerala, the southernmost state of our country, which leads us in all positive parameters like nutrition levels, infant mortality, and life expectancy, education, health, etc. In the COVIDian crisis, we have seen Kerala's performance to be by far the best amongst all the Indian states. Their social consciousness levels. So we have good practices. Every state in our country, we are now 29 states and 6 union territories. Every state in our country has good practices which are collaborative. We must build on them. And finally, as distinguished scientists from the globe have now been talking, the 6th mass extinction of the planet has already commenced. And there seems to be irrefutable evidence. Of course, experts will always differ. So the way forward in conclusion is political will, societal consciousness, collective efforts, synergy, and not artificially separating cities as smart, unsmart, or even village, city, urban agglomeration, metropolis. To me, these are words. In conclusion, may I once again submit my sincere gratitude to all the organizers, but particularly to Professor Mishra, whom I've had the privilege of knowing for almost 3 decades now. And I have had the privilege of being a member of the Board of Governors of IP many years ago when I was chairman and managing director of a coal mining company in a state called Singareni Coal Reefs Company Limited. Thank you very much to Professor Mishra and to each one of our very distinguished delegates. I do hope that there will be some practical outcomes and not merely polite words and, very, let me say, conceptually powerful ideas. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Khwaja sir, for sharing your life experience while working in different organizations of central government and state government. Sir has highlighted the most contemporary issues during this COVID era of urban pull migration, land use planning, the participatory role of urban migrants, the land use planning, how to go ahead with the innovative ideas, and as sir was mentioning, the implementation of the schemes, not only for short term, but also the assessment of different states, how to implement the medium term as well as the long term perspective plannings. I sincerely thank you, sir, for sharing your experience as well as your ideas with us. I also request all the delegates to please restrict yourself within the times because it will be good for us to run the event smoothly. Now I request Professor Amitabh Kundu, if sir, his network is fine. Professor Kundu,
I think it's fine now. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Anupama ji.
Thank you, sir.
Rakesh, please
just,
share their session. Sir PPT, Amitabh Kunduji PPT.
Right. Thank you. It's
Yeah,
an
ma'am.
honor and privilege. Hello.
Hello, sir,
It's an
continue.
honor and privilege for me to speak to this international group of experts, administrators, and people of the field, people of action. And I must congratulate the Institute of Public Enterprises, along with Action Aid and World Urban Campaign for holding this very important webinar on a very important subject of smart cities, which to my mind is undergoing significant transformation in recent times in India. And I think the process can be seen in other countries as well. Friends, I would like you to remember 2014 when the new government came to power and the Smart Cities mission was launched with a lot of fanfare. It was presented in the joint parliamentary session, and many of the experts and the administrators felt that this long-standing solution for many of the urban problems have arrived. It was considered to be a high-tech kind of a solution, and massive investment was to come from this, from the government, and also from outside. If you can go to the next slide, you can see in India we had, sorry, this is not the one. Sorry, this is not the one, the other one. Please change the PPT. I have two presentations.
Yes, sir. I'm changing, sir.
I had mentioned, yeah, that's all. Yeah, this is giving us the location of the 100 smart cities. Earlier it was 99, now they have made full. So we have lighthouse cities, 20 launched, and then there were fast track cities. There are 5 different categories. I don't want to go into the detail. But the fact that massive investments was anticipated, please go to the next slide, please, shows that any dignitary who visited during 2014-15 from outside, from France, from Japan, from UK, they all promised that they will take up a few cities. In fact, they sought that their investors should be allowed to come up, and they wanted to adopt some of the cities. United States, for example, wanted to have these 3 I mentioned: Japan, France, Germany. And as a result, people thought that massive investment would flow from the private corporate sector. So this smart city mission, as Professor Mishra mentioned, raised expectations sky high, and the urban elite class, middle class thought that there are problems of low level of infrastructural services will be sorted out. Please go to the next slide, please. Now, smart cities raise expectations, as you see around the different boxes. Investment at the top, livelihood guarantee, administration will be linked through sensors and digital technology. There will be greater efficiency, water, energy, transport solutions will emerge, and the public infrastructural services will improve, and there will be a built-in system of grievance redressal. What about efficiency? Yes, of course, the smart cities would promote efficiency, not only in terms of technology, but also in terms of economic efficiency, financial efficiency, and that's why a large number of investors were hoping to come in. In fact, the projections were made that 1 trillion rupees will be coming from the government sector, half from the central government, and half from the state government. That was the public expenditure, and the private corporate sector was to come in with 2 trillion or 2 to 3 trillion. There are different projections being made. That was the expectation. Now, what about sustainability? Please go to the next one. Would sustainability be a critical issue when massive investment is being made? What about optimal use of resources? The proponents of smart cities suggested that no, there is absolutely no problem. Smart cities mission stands on the pillars of sustainability, resource use, efficiency, and they will try to build resilient cities. And finally, the question came up of inclusivity, which also is figuring as an important subject for discussion. What about absorption of migrants? And this is a very, very critical issue, but certainly the supporters brought out some documents. He said, yes, of course, the smart cities will have place for all sections of population, all socio-economic stratum. Now, the issue is when certain concept raises expectations sky high of all different sections of population, it becomes an ideal. It doesn't remain a tool of intervention. It has limited capacity of becoming a strategy, because if you want to have a tool of intervention, it has to say smart cities mission will do X, Y, and Z, but it will not do A, B, and C. So since the expectations were very high, there was some amount of disappointment, which was clearly seen in various reporting in 2017, 18. And I must say that smart cities mission came into low steam somewhere in 2018, 19. You look at the elections that were fought at that time, smart city mission did not figure. Budgetary allocations did not talk about smart cities in a big way. And one could clearly see that there are issues which are coming up. I will just quickly go over. I don't want to overshoot the time. Anupamaji, just give me a signal before 5 minutes so that I can stop. The basic problem is, please go to the next slide, please. The 4 major problems which came up. First of all, that efficiency which was claimed to be achieved, the government of India itself and the Lok Sabha Secretariat presented CAG report, which showed, please go to the next slide, that not more than 2% of the money has been spent in the first 3 years. Look at smart cities 1.83. Please go to the next slide, please. It was mentioned that overall, out of the total expenditure, 85%, 86%, which is the bottom line, were still in the pipeline. This was certainly after 3 years, this was not a great achievement, that only 6.6% of the projects were nearing completion. So that was the first criticism which figured officially in the government document. The second criticism, please go ahead. The next one, please, quickly. We find that the funds which was to come from the private corporate sector, which was twice that of the total funds, were only 30%, 40% of the total money which was coming up. It was supposed to be 200%. Instead, for different kinds of cities, fast track cities, lighthouse cities, you find the private corporate sector became lukewarm. Please go to the next one, please. We find that even the allocation, the funds which came from the private sector was only for the large cities. I classified the investment from the different sources, and you do find that the smaller towns were funded solely by the central government and partly by the state government, but private corporate sector did not come in a significant manner in the smaller towns, which means it created inequality. Please go to the next one. There were also concerns that it was creating inequality within the cities, because there are two components. One, the pan-city component, which covered one facility, covered the entire population, and the other was the area-based development. Certain areas were picked up and they were developed as a model kind of an area. Area-based development took 80%. So that also created some kind of frustration among the common people, because they thought that they are not benefiting in some selected areas. And finally, I must say that the government realized there are, please go to the next one, that there are other burning issues, which are rural infrastructure, doubling farmers' income, water supply, sanitation. Sanitation was a major issue, and the government did come up with water sanitation in a big way. Housing was another issue. So they tried to link up the larger missions of providing basic infrastructure within the component of the smart cities. And you do find that gradually emphasis was to water management, waste management, energy management, and urban mobility and air quality. So basically, I must tell you that the best definition I've heard of the smart cities is from our Prime Minister. I do not know to what extent that has been actually translated into action by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And that is, a smart city is one which not necessarily have foreign investment, high technology, but a smart city is one which can anticipate the problems of the people and plan for it. That we clearly saw that the smart city mission could not anticipate some of the problems, particularly the present one coming, that was difficult to anticipate. But nonetheless, gradually, the government's recognition that smart cities mission with high tech and high quality services is something which needs to be provided, but we must address first the basic prime necessities. Please go to the next one. You find that the emphasis now in the last couple of years have shifted from smart cities to climate smart cities. In 2019, the first climate smart cities assessment framework was released by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation, MAHUPA, and it talked on the basic services, which are this responsibility of the local bodies, waste management, water management, management of mobility and air quality, because that is where the major pollutions were coming. Urban governance was also a major area of concern. What I'm basically submitting is that there is a recognition that instead of only focusing on high-tech solutions and massive investment in overall city level infrastructure, we have to address to the key areas of concern which is required by the people. Is in the urban areas, if 40% of the people are dependent on, public standpost, if waste management is in a mess, certainly that city cannot become a smart city. Now, I'll just conclude in a couple of minutes. I can see that I have exhausted my time. Last year, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation released 40 indicators. But it was soon realized that the city level system, administration, management, and the governance at the city level is not capable of even giving feedback on these 40 indicators, which were taken out of these 5 major pillars for assessing the climate smart cities. So basic thrust now is on climate smart cities. Just 2 days ago, the Minister for Urban Development, Mr. Hardeep Puri, released the second city assessment framework for climate smart cities, and one can clearly see that the emphasis has come now to basics: water supply, sewerage, sanitation, and environment, making cities livable. Health has become a major area of concern because of the pandemic, and which is happening all over the world. And I personally feel that this is the right kind of a shift which has taken place within the climate smart cities framework. And only I wish that the number of indicators which have been reduced from 40 to 28, we have the proper assessment, proper monitoring is being done, data should be collected properly. I must tell you, for SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, Indian statistical system had devised 48 indicators for goal 11 for settlements, but unfortunately only on 3 indicators we could feed the information to the international agency. We have to improve our database, particularly focused on environment and sustainability issues. Anupama ji, thank you very much. I hope I was audible.
Thank you so much, sir. Your voice was very clear. We sincerely acknowledge you for presenting the chronological development of smart cities in India since its inception in 2014, when technological development was given the primary importance, and later on certain other issues such as inclusive development, in which the role of migrant labor was in picture. Apart from that, sir also discussed the issue of spatial and temporal development in India, as India is a country where development takes place at different level, spatially and temporally both. It was really wonderful to be aware of the assessment on investment by Government of India and other international agencies. And sir focused the very important and pertinent, the contemporary issue of climate city assessment during this COVID era, because it was wonderful, sir, to start with the technological development and then the social aspect, and then you are covering the climatic issues, which is very important during this COVID time. So I once again thank you for this. Thank you, sir. It's a great privilege to have with us Professor Sunil Dubey. Professor Sunil Dubey is a senior advisor and coordinator on urban capacity building programs, public real estate asset programs, cities cooperation, and urban development. He works with government and non-government organizations in Australia, South Asia, Middle East, and Europe. He is currently advising Metropolis World Association of the Major Metropolis as Regional Director, where he is coordinating international capacity building programs between Metropolis, Multilateral Government of India, and National Institute of Urban Affairs of India. His current programs include a strategic urban training program, applied research program, and capacity building funding criteria among BRICS nations. He is an associate of Global Reference Panel of Circle of Sustainability and is founding member of Geneva Foundation for Governance and Public Policy. I request you, sir, to please deliver your address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Anupma. And Professor Kundu, it's a great honor to see you, sir. And it's a great honor to listen to your words. And I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Mishra, Mr. Khwaja, Mr. Rao for this opportunity. And I just want to start with some symbolic thing, Professor Kundu, when you described how the journey of smart cities started, because a lot of us, irrespective of where we are sitting in Sydney or anywhere else, we have learned a great deal from your literature to understand the complexities of the city. So by honoring you, I also want to put a symbolic reference. In your presentation, sir, you demonstrated a front page of a government literature or a report, where I noticed in the report, there was the English version, but somewhere within the English, there was a note of Falgun brackets 1936. Now, the reason why I want to refer this, sir, I was very intrigued to see the word Falgun written in English and then paraphrasing it in the year 1936, if I recall from the screen. This has got a very symbolic meaning. A number of things which I understand Mr. Khwaja and Professor Kundu addressed and gave some insight from the urban India, what's happening. both Chris and me and a number of our colleagues, we are not expert on Indian cities, so we won't even begin to put our intention or even observations on that. But what was really interesting from all those discussions to see there was a number of data related things which Professor Kundu and Mr. Khwaja both brought it in the forefront. What I would like to do is to share some of the experiences from the international cities in the last 6 months or so. And just, Anupma, if I may say so, there's a slight correction. I am not with Metropolis anymore. 2018, I had to leave and focus more work in Sydney. So that's where I'm based in the teaching and working with the government. So just a small correction that I am not representing Metropolis in this discussion. I'm always very keen to see what's the learnings around from the city and what can we learn. We learn in the sense, city of Sydney is learning continuously through this COVID era. I am assuming that there's a greater learning happening for a number of Indian cities. And 5 things which we want to address in this discussion are very critical for us to see how we're going to see the leapfrogging of the cities, irrespective of smart cities or beyond smart cities. 5 things which are critical for all cities around the world. Number 1 is complexities of the cities has become multiple focus. Before COVID, we had complexities of physical infrastructure. We had complexities of social equity in the cities. But now in COVID era, we have jumped into problem solving. So the complexities of cities are not going to be just determined by physical infrastructure. They are more going to be determined, do cities, do people who are managing cities have problem solving abilities in the real time? That's number 1 lesson emerging from all over the world, cities. And the champion of this notion is probably a city like Seoul. Even as a mega city, we saw how successfully they solved the problems in the real time. They also have issues, but they have a greater ability to address the challenging, the complexities of the cities and do something. The second point, we see the critical systems and infrastructures are changing very fast. In his discussion, Professor Khwaja mentioned about 3 major things: health, education, and social cohesion. I think we now accept in 2020 September, the physical infrastructures are very critical for the city. But cities in India has got an ability and a real advantage to leapfrog and move to the intangible connectivity and infrastructure. All of us, we are sitting here, joined not by physical connection, by intangible technology connections. So all the physical infrastructures are essential, but now we have an ability to select and choose how we are going to move from physical infrastructure to intangible technology innovation, which is going to be the forefront of the future of the cities. Third point is the data. And I've got this wonderful book, which I do want to recommend all of you highly. It's written by Dr. Davina Jackson, and I'll send the details. It's called The Data Cities. In 2018, Dr. Jackson prescribed the whole new way of attempting to look at cities and designing it by way of data, not by way of historical planning tools. 2018, Dr. Jackson didn't know about what was coming in 20, but every chapter of this book would give you a clear insight what is really valid in the, Professor Khwaja mentioned, COVID time or COVID era. So I would highly recommend that some of the literature which was put on the back of data are very essential for cities, especially the developing cities. Because let's take this time as a real opportunity, not as a threat, that how you can leapfrog and utilize the new ways of planning cities and using data as a credible tool, not as an add-on. And it was interesting to hear Professor Kundu mention that in the data collection of goal 11, there are a number of data sets. And these data sets are really going to give us the visibility about where we are, hopefully by 2030, as a global community of cities. It was also interesting to note that out of all the targets we have set aside, there's only 3 which we can measure it. I would probably argue, Professor Kundu, that we can't even measure it on a real time, which is where we want to be in reporting on some of these targets and ambitions. So that's something very critical. The reason I mention about the data and data cities as an important tool, and respectfully, when we look at how we are teaching the urban planning in our institutions all over the world, I'm not signaling just the Indian case, all over the world, we are still using the historical methods, not the data-driven method for the decision-making of the city. So I think it's going to become very critical, and this is the time for us to adopt some of these practices. The 4th submission is about reliance. Cities which has demonstrated a greater reliance framework has been an extremely successful in controlling this. Whether these are cities from Kerala, or whether they're cities in Southeast Asia, or whether they are cities in the Middle East, anywhere in the world, the resilience has been the key. Equally, we want to argue that some of the major cities have actually failed this test of resilience. Despite a huge literature and marketing about the resilience, in fact, some of the major cities of the world has failed the test. So there is a lesson for new emerging cities, and particularly cities from developing world, to take resilience as a critical factor in our cities. The last point is now we have to look at the cities as a multi-hazard problem platform. Not a single dimension, not just the smart cities, not just an investment, not just a manufacturing. We really have to take it all in a cohesive way. And for that notion, I want to summarize by saying, first time in a number of decades, we are finding that city leadership are now measured not by narrative, not by political slogans and strong narrative about what is good and what should be there, but people are measuring the leadership of the cities on the data, and they have now got a real tool to measure the evidence of that data, whether the cities are performing or not. So on that note, I would say that city leadership, wherever it is in the whole world, is becoming very much in the face of people, and people may, for any affiliations and the political reason, may choose to endorse certain things, but long term, I think the city leadership in post-COVID era is going to be judged very much by data and how much information is there to validate that data for the public and the future of the cities. I believe Indian cities are going through some challenges in the current time. Those challenges are not unique to just the cities in India. You have the complexities of the system, you have complexities of the demographics, population rise, growth, social equity, but equally, I also think how Professor Kundu demonstrated there's a real opportunity to harness and leapfrog from some of the sitting notions and the challenges of the cities and take some of the cities in India way beyond smart cities. And I highly recommend Dr. Tim Campbell's book, who goes to Professor Kundu, former World Bank, who wrote a wonderful piece about beyond smart cities, that how cities in the future, if they are going to move beyond smart cities, they have to look at data, leadership, and working internationally in a city-to-city knowledge exchange as the key 3 factors for the prosperity of their cities and connected cities around the world. Thank you, Anupma. Thank you for all.
Thank you, Professor Dubey. Thank you for completing your lecture within limited time. And sir, it really showed us a comparative analysis of pre and post-COVID era, because before COVID, the importance were given to the complexities of physical infrastructure, and now the technological development that can be considered as a replacement or as a solution during this present COVID era. As sir mentioned, that we are intangibly connected in present scenario. Also, sir emphasized upon the significance of data-driven method, which should be replaced by the traditional method. Sir highlighted the importance of resilience. Sir, I very much agreed with you that this is the most pertinent issue, not only in India, but all across the world, as Professor Kundu was also highlighting the issue of climate change. And in these era, the resilience is very much important. Sir also referred to books and different data, which will help us to understand this domain better. I sincerely acknowledge you, sir. Now I would like to take the opportunity to invite Professor Chris Johnson. Professor Chris is Government Architect and Executive Director at the NSW New South Wales Department of Planning. He has extensive experience in the planning system and the delivery of major projects. He is member of the Central Sydney Planning Committee for 10 years and NSW Heritage Council, and has represented New South Wales on many national bodies. Sir, I request you to please deliver the address. Over to you, sir. Professor Johnson. Professor Johnson. Sir, you are on mute, sir.
Okay, no, it should be okay now. That's okay. I'm coming through okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, it's been a very fascinating discussion, and it's good to hear different people from different parts of the world talking about cities. It is evident that there's a move towards more growth in cities, even despite the fact the pandemic can look like density is not good for health. I don't think that's necessarily the only way that can actually work. So from my point of view, I want to just present, am I still coming through okay here? Yeah. Oh, we're getting some other people appearing on the screen. Am I okay then in my presentation?
Keep going, Chris. Yep, you're on.
Okay, good,
Keep going.
good, good. Okay, now look, what I want to do is I'm not going to have a PowerPoint because I'm trying to use this new technology of Zoom in a new way. I'm going to use some books I've written to put up to explain a little bit about my understanding. I've learned a lot from India. This is a book I produced some time ago about India. It was a thesis that I did for a master's degree, and it looked at the geometries of power. I find that India has a fascinating interest in the geometry of cities. This one looked at the city of Delhi and the fact that over many centuries, there's been a growth in the pattern of the city, which you can just see here, from different centers where Mughal empires had their palace to the Purana Kila to the British Raj sort of overlay on the city, and that cities seem to have this incredible series of overlays, not dissimilar in fact to the Vastu Purusha symbol that occurs in a lot of Indian history and mythology. That is the sort of human form with some structure that gives a definition to the city as a place for people. But there does need to be this structure, and I think that's an important part of it. Another book I produced at the time of a conference we had was Connecting Cities, India, and this actually has a whole chapter by Professor Kundu, looking at the issue of how cities grow and the evolution of all the Indian cities. And it is quite fascinating when one looks at the pecking order of Indian cities. You won't be able to read this, but the size of cities from Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, down to Hyderabad, number 6, I think, in terms of the size of cities. So I think this is a crucial issue. a dialogue about connecting cities, about the city, its structure. And the final book I produced, and then I just want to show a few magazines, is Managing Urban Growth. This is a publication I put together that looked at a number of case studies that seemed to me to be doing very interesting issues within the structure of growth within India. And one of them, which I found was quite amazing, is a woman architect called Pratima Joshi, who runs a company called Shelter Associates, which is based in Pune. And she's a Google Earth hero. Here are some illustrations of her online and the sort of processes she goes through. But what's very interesting, her whole job as an architect is in gathering lots of data, and you can see here very small ways of measuring data across cities, across slums, to build up information about where people live, where jobs are, how you can actually get a better city to actually come together. So I found that from someone like her, I learned a lot about the micro level of how to get more toilets into slum areas, how to rebuild slums, how to look at a city like Sangli and restructure where people live in the slum settlements and where you can actually get redevelopment to occur. So I think some fascinating areas in that regard. But I also found another very interesting example, which is the city of Magrapata. This is in Pune, where a gentleman called Satish Magar did a new city. You can see the structure of the city here. The center of the city is all to do with jobs, and around the city is where all the workers and the sort of people who become part of the city actually live. But what's important about this whole development is that it was actually a cooperative development. This is the 120 families that used to own all this land are still cooperative members sharing in the wealth that's being created by this city. But I think in the coronavirus world, this is an example of a self-contained area where there are 30,000 jobs, 40,000 people living there. There are gardens, there are vegetable gardens, food is grown there, people walk to work. It is an integrated development of a city. And I think with the moving on from how we handle pandemics and the coronavirus, these are the cities, issues that are going to happen in cities as to how we get a less drawn out approach to cities that requires massive travel and lots of time to do things. And therefore people push together into public transport. But in my more recent roles, I've been part of a group called the Urban Task Force, and I've produced a number of magazines called Urban Ideas. And this one, I think, is a very relevant issue for cities. This is cities shaped by transport, because it is actually the movement across a city that defines how cities work. And many Indian cities have now moved into metro rail, into lots of bus systems, and ways of actually getting things to work better. But in this, which was a bit of a conference, we actually had one of the key people from Singapore talk about Singapore's example of a city that relates its density, its growth to the public transport system. And I think this is a crucial part of how cities are going to grow, and we need to manage this in quite a strong and powerful way. But I also produced this document here that looked at eco-density. And I think one of the areas we really do need to grasp in cities and the future comes from this diagram here. This is really trying to look at the variety of house types, building types, from low rise to high rise, the amount of space between, and we need to have, I think, a much more sophisticated approach to how cities can be molded and brought together, and not just one single approach. I put this document together about towers and transport, that it's obviously sensible to get more density around railway stations so people walk rather than to the station to go to work, to get a self-contained approach to that sort of area. But also promoting this concept of mixed use. I think cities in the past have become very segregated. They have divided themselves up to areas where you live, areas where you work, areas where recreation occurs. I think with the advance of technology, that we're able to have less pollution coming out of jobs, greater environmental controls, we can actually get mixed-use cities in a much more exciting and lively way. And this can actually lead to a city being many little villages, in fact, where you live, work, recreate, shop in a fairly local area. I think this is a crucial part of how we need to move forward in our advancement of cities. And Professor Kundu talked about climate smart cities. And I think this is ultimately where we need to really maximize the way cities work. We're not going to stop, I don't think, the move into more people wanting to live in cities. But what we can do is make those cities very livable, very comfortable. We can minimize the use of cars, which generally create a lot more pollution than public transport. We need to integrate open space and landscape. And the other document that I've produced is this one on urban greening. And I think that this is another crucial issue, and it's not just a matter of, in horizontal terms, saying this is where buildings are and this is where a park is, but examples, and this is some Sydney examples, but Singapore is another very powerful example of how this is actually working, can actually integrate landscape through gardens on roofs, through greenery on walls, that makes some exciting things happen. And in Singapore, I think there are some very interesting advances in this regard. There's a particular firm of architects called Woha, whose principle is to, on any site they're going to develop, to make sure there's more greenery when the building project is finished than there was before any development ever occurred. So that if you've got half a hectare, there needs to be half a hectare of greenery at least in the building, on walls, on the ceiling, on the roofs, and around that whole development. So I think there's moves now to a new way of thinking about what nature is, about what the built environment is, about the energy issues that we get out of cities by minimizing transport movement, minimizing cars. But I think there does have to be an understanding that cities will have a certain amount of density. We've got to work out how to do this well, how to create positive environments out of that density. In Sydney, where I live, originally the city was very low rise. It spread for a very long distance. That meant for people to get to work was a lot of travel, leading to a lot of pollution. I think we're now realizing that it's better to build up a certain amount of density in certain cores around transport systems. That reinforces the transport system, makes it more effective. But if we can then build in the right amount of greenery, of landscape within the overall structure of that city, we can get a much better approach to climate, to greenery, which is good for mental health and the calmness of people in cities. But it's also very good environmentally, of course, in terms of the way it cleans the air and sorts out CO2 levels and the issues about the city itself. So in Sydney, there's a very big push to landscape, to integrating these areas. Even the Minister for Planning is now called the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces. And he sees public spaces as being green as well as urban, and that it is the public spaces of the city we now need to put our real focus on. And this raises, I think, a very interesting issue that Professor Kundu sort of talked about earlier on, the role of governments and the private sector, and how public spaces and open spaces and the public's interest, I guess, is balanced in these sort of systems. I think most cities are going to have to rely on a lot of private sector investment to make projects work. But at the end of the day, it's how we balance this to get the best for the broader public and for the broader communities, so cities move on in a very powerful way. I think we've still got some months ahead to rethink the impact of the coronavirus and COVID-19. An initial reaction has been it's better to spread cities out and not have density. I don't think that is going to be the right answer. I think it's a matter of how we make sure movement, space, air, greenery, landscape balances the tightness of urban spaces. So thank you very much to everyone, all the organisers. I've certainly enjoyed listening to all the discussions to date, and good luck for the rest of the conference itself. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Johnson, for referring your books to us, which will definitely enhance our mental horizons. Going through different case studies you discussed from India as well as Australia. I had been to Sydney and now I'm trying to correlate the issues which you discussed. So thank you so much, sir, once again. It's great to know about your work in India and different part of the India. Thank you so much, sir. We acknowledge you once again.
Thank you.
Now, thank you, sir. Now I take the privilege to invite Dr. Gregor H. Muse, Founder, Executive Director, Urban Synergies Group, Australia, to deliver his inaugural address. Dr. Gregor is an internationally recognized urban planner and designer. He has dedicated his career to understand and to create mechanisms how we can create healthier environments around the world. In order to enable meaningful change, he founded in 2013 the international Think and Do Tank Urban Synergies Group. Professor Greg utilizes skills in integrated urban designs and sustainable transport to facilitate and integrate healthier and climate resilient environment that promote interaction and well-being. In the role of the executive director, Sir provides strategic policy advice in international context and advocates for better design outcome in urban system, for example, as steering committee member of UN Habitat World Urban Campaign. Professor Greg holds a tenured track position at Queensland University of Technology and an honorary adjunct position at University of Canberra. He is member of the General Assembly of Partners to UN Habitat, member of UN Habitat's World Urban Campaign, board member of City Space Architect, full member of Planning Institute of Australia, and the International Association of Urban and Regional Planner. Over the course of his career, he has received several research scholarship and received multiple work-related awards for the active living impact checklist for development in the Canberra. He is also a published author in Germany and Australia. I request Professor to please deliver the inaugural address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. And I'm honored to be amongst such a distinguished group of people. Please allow me to quickly share my screen. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, which I prepared earlier to talk you through. So based on what we've heard, I will probably perhaps provide a more conceptual and philosophical contribution to our discourse, where I'm trying to take it a notch back and discuss some of these underlying currents, which were how we really construct reality and how we relate to each other in urban systems. So therefore, the presentation is entitled Towards a Healthy and Intelligent Communities, and how we can push beyond smart cities. So before I go into it, first, just a word on how do we all together construct reality. And it is really particularly difficult because some of us actually perceive, let's say in this cartoon, which is nicely, reflects it, seeing a couple of sticks and argue, oh, I see 4 and the other person sees 3. So it's really complex to say who's right and who is wrong, or what are we really dealing with here. And then when you upscale this individual outlook to what we call reality and objectify it, and we can see really what we are dealing with here on the city scale, and how we can actually use that information and that data, as we've already heard, to inform our decisions as our collective experience in cities evolve. So briefly, an outline of our planetary boundaries, what we're dealing with here. I mean, given what these shared experiences which constitute and immerse and happens in cities, we experience this not just in India, but in fact all over the planet. And what this kind of map eloquently highlights is there is an inequitable distribution. For example, in this case, electricity here. what you can see that there is still an unacceptably high number of people, around 1.3 billion, in fact, on the planet, which still don't even have access to electricity. And here we are talking already about smart city and how we can imbue technology into creating urban systems which can tackle some of these solutions. So, or create some of the solutions. When you have that in mind, and you can see the hunger particular allude here towards the African continent, what's about to come and what kind of infrastructure we still yet have to provide. Our urban narrative as it continues will definitely change, given that we're working with planetary boundaries and finite resources on global scale. We do know, and probably perhaps all of you are very well aware of these kind of statistics. Yes, we heard already that more of us, 50% actually already live in cities and inhabit cities, hence why we're having this discourse today together. We also know cities are the economic powerhouses where most of the wealth has been generated, and that's here the UNEP actually estimated that by 70%. We also at the same time are generating most of the the global energy has been consumed in cities, but also we are 75% emitters of the greenhouse gas emissions, which comes from cities. Then we also 75% of the natural resources are consumed by cities, and that is actually not that relates to another issue that 75% of global waste at the moment, is produced in cities. So therefore, this challenge is huge. And so far, the tools which we had on hand led us to a point where we think we really have to do things very differently in order to tackle some of these challenges. So what are the way forward from that, given the current pandemic, what we're experiencing? We know, for example, that, and David Corman really highlights it, he's the author of Spillover, that we cut trees, we kill the animals, or we cage them, and we send them to markets. We disrupt ecosystems and we shake viruses loose from their natural host. Then what happens? What they need is a new host, and often we are it. So therefore, everything what you see and the increasing number of COVID cases in India highlight that actually working with these infinite boundaries of the environment, we're really now nature starting to bite us back. And in order to progress in a meaningful way with some kind of urbanization, and we really have to start thinking a bit differently about it. We do, with that in mind, we do have a global overarching vision, and Sandeep kindly already touched on that earlier. There is a new urban agenda, which we all came together and created the pathway of how we create and constitute city making over the next 20 years. And I'd just like to highlight one of the paragraph here, which is paragraph 11, which is a vision for cities for all, which to ensure that all inhabitants, present or future generation, without discrimination of any kind, are able to inhabit, produce just, safe, healthy, accessible, affordable, resilient, and sustainable cities. All of it we have been already talking about here today, which I'm very excited in, and we can take that forward into our discourse later on. I also included here a link to what our friends at Compass Housing Australia have done, where they translated the Sustainable Development Goals into a new urban agenda together. So this is actually gives you quite a nice entry point on understanding what we're dealing with here. So what is a new urban agenda? In quintessence, it is a new shared vision, what I would call a grounded, healthy city, that talks about high quality densification. This is part of strategically planned growth. Chris already outlined with the compactness and resource sensitivity. It is very much encompasses biophilic design, how we imbue and create urban systems which are rather nature loving and embracing the opportunities what we can gain from nature. Public transport, eco-mobility, walking and active travel is a big part of it. Transit-oriented developments as much as provides such a big solution towards air pollution in cities. Social cohesion and inclusion, poverty eradication is a very important part of it, and which links it closely directly into social justice, which touches on child, gender, age, and minority friendly spaces. And particularly my contribution continues, we will make a big point about co-production and co-creation as part of our shared experience in cities. Climate change and mitigation adaptation has been briefly touched on, and is perhaps the biggest underlying threat to everything what we're experiencing at the moment. And also, of course, we're starting to see an increasing active discourse at the moment around distributed and circular economy. We're having talks about the 15 to 20 minute cities where you can do everything what you need to do in a certain hyper-localized existence. And I listed some of these scholars out there which are worth exploring. So coming back to the smart city concept itself, we do know, and I'd like to use the opportunity to just reflect on what this definition really, what it really stands for. It is a strategic device, right? So which strongly associates the use of information technology often in relation to modern urban production ecosystems. So that's been acknowledged within the literature. If you take it in the most general and lay sense, and you even go into Wikipedia, you know, oh, this is all related somehow how we can create resource efficiency and enable data collection from citizens through devices where we can improve processes and analyze, monitor, manage all these systems we talked about already. So with that in mind, I would actually challenge that kind of concept and perhaps suggest maybe we should move on from smart cities towards more healthy and intelligent communities. Given that that's often the smart city narrative has been really technology focused, but in fact, cities, what are cities? They are more than just this place where people come together. In fact, people make spaces. They are dynamic processes which change over time. Cities without people would be hardly anything. So, and the way of how we behave and consciously relate to each other is determines the future of our own species as well as our health together, what we co-create. From a design perspective, you can almost think, if you take design in its most holistic way, first we say we all design the external, and in turn the external, it shapes us. And that's what 3D cities are. And with that in mind, I'd like to take the link from that kind of concept into what really the definition of health is, right? And perhaps particularly now during COVID-19, it's more coming to the fore how important that really is. The World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. When you have that kind of definition in mind and you superimpose it on the human conditions and as part of our shared experience in cities, you can almost argue who is actually really benefits of this kind of state of health, or what kind of challenge are we really in for here? If we really strive to create systems where we're actually balancing the triple bottom line out to enable healthy environments, we are certainly definitely have a huge challenge ahead, and we're not able to deliver on that as we speak. When you look a bit further on the subjective level, subjective well-being can be defined as a person's cognitive and affective evaluation of his or her own life. So this means this creates a sense of agency in the individual. Yeah, so here we're talking about, by the way of how we construct reality and determine and overcome struggle, this happens on an individual people's level. However, and that's where this I dimension really kicks in. And when you upscale it in cities, let's say onto community level, that's where we can actually relate to others and we can share certain experiences, and life often become meaningful. When you even go one scale up further and you look into this complexity on a city scale, it becomes very intangible. People often feel disempowered, they cannot have their say as part of this co-creation very, very easily. So therefore, if we focus and nurture and create healing conditions on community level, There, people can see themselves reflected in there from an individual perspective, but also have a direct control and share some of this experience with others on this community level. Hence, perhaps why it's time to even include and focus on community level by learning and creating and collecting good data on that level to make creating valuable insights on how systems really work. As we know, a city is quite a heterogeneous environment. It is a collection of many communities which have unique characteristics, unique history, and their continuously dynamic processes in making. So just on that kind of, if you allow me, just that's what probably where we need to really part on is when you think about and you have this a technocratic approach to city making, that comes very much from ancient Greek philosophy, from the Cartesian or Newtonian paradigm, where we're saying we can understand systems in a materialistic way, everything can work like a machine, and once we resolve this external thing, everything works beautiful. But as we already heard, cities are not a final product. They are continuously in the making. Yes, we can create efficiency to that degree. However, that continuously will be challenging as we move forward in the future. So therefore, attributes of this kind of linear thinking, as I would say, characterized by hierarchical thinking, cause and effect thinking, were very bureaucratic. It created alienating environments which are highly predictable, and also society can be rational ordered as an underlying assumption. So with that in mind, there is the alternative, and there are design theories which we can drive on or build on and really understand and embrace what digital data can offer to elevate some of that. Because what thinking can offer here is making the connection between the soul spirit level as well as this physical world around us. There are theories such as the assemblage theory, actor network theory, production of space theory, which I'm going to elaborate very briefly on, and integral theory. They really offer this kind of integrated and holistic approach. So characteristics by having them dealing with that is characteristics such as non-hierarchical thinking, complex adaptive systems, working with uncertainty and flow-on effects. And we do know also acknowledge that causes can lead to many outcomes, and that's where this assemblage really kicks in. And data-driven and having holistic approaches to it allows us to get a glimpse of how things manifest in cities in temporary nature. Cooperative thinking is very much in its heart, and which embraces the open source narrative and how we can co-create these cities. Which is very non-alienating and has a very integrative approach. And this whole concept acknowledges that societies are inherently dynamic, where changes emerge from local interaction and have unpredictable outcomes, which we can have perhaps educated guesses, but essentially we have to hold ourselves account to where are we drifting here. And there are also feedback loops within loops, which we can draw on to enable the way forward. So therefore, this one anchor concept which we might actually can take in consideration comes from a French philosopher called Henri Lefebvre, and he created the conceptual triad of space, in which we can construct our reality and upscale it and understand what we're dealing with here in an interplay of 3 dimensions. So very briefly in the lay terms, I just gonna highlight that. So for example, we have what we're dealing with in space. Please understand space in its holistic perspective. It's not just the physical space, it's very much a space we create in our minds and then produce in the external altogether. So the perceived space is actually the space of daily practice. When you go out and experience a city as part of your everyday life and you do not necessarily reflect on what is there and how it's been designed in its composition, but you're actually using it. Then there is this interplay of the lived space, which he called the representational space. This is a space of memory, of experiences and structures which we can use in the vision, the dreaming, to actually push some of these envelopes, as well as then there is the other notion of the conceived space, which he called the representations of space. And that's where we as policymakers and the governance model and really sits, and architects and designers create these abstract visions, which we actually then put into action and create new environments. So what you can use from that model is that it's an interplay, which is a constant battle in that sense. And we really have to understand how we battle and balance all these kind of interplays out to create and shape a reality which fosters the health and well-being of the individual. And often we should focus on the most vulnerable, because they are often an indicator on how well we actually treat others and enable health in an environment. So just before I come to an end, here are 3 brief examples, what I can call from the perceived space, when we, let's say, we heard already it from Chris, having, for example, green good access to open space where high biodiversity is there, and it enables regeneration effects for physical and mental health. That is one of these physical examples. The lived space can be, for example, realized through community-led and participatory design process, where now we can actually ask questions of going beyond productivity and introducing the concept of more this optimal level of when do we actually find this balance to having fulfilling lives within the economical means which we've been given, and living within these planetary boundaries. Social capital is one interesting measure for that, for example. And on the last example, what I'd like to give here on that, what he called conceived level, which is the policy level, and I hope we can have a good discourse today on that, is related to technology use in order to enhance health and well-being of humans and non-humans. That is, it acknowledges these systems we create are really having something to offer for all, and really hold us about ourselves accountable towards ethical value propositions. And that relates to what I would call a new ontology of practice, and in which we take responsibility for our action through conscious decisions. So with that in mind, I'd like to finish on a quote which comes from Oren Heron. The electric light did not come from the continuous improvement of candles. So therefore, this is a good call for innovation. And I hope this Urban Thinker Campus will come up with some tangible action items and solutions. And hopefully also it can take this challenge on that we are flatten the curve, not just of COVID-19, but in fact, finding some responsive, tangible and meaningful responsive to this climate risk, because just if we create solutions which work within the Earth's capacity to rejuvenate and recover, everything else would be simply not sustainable. Thank you very much. And my last word would be maybe you are searching amongst our branches for what only appears in the roots. So maybe we have to go back to our inner core roots in order to realize what we're all experiencing here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gregor, for taking us to the paradigm shift of city planning and elaborating the theoretical perspective. As a geographer, I was really, I like the definitions of a space that is considered in a different way as per different region as well as the different time. Thank you so much for sharing your experience and sharing your views with us. As we are running short of time, I would now like to request our president, Mr. K. Madhav Rao, to deliver his presidential remarks. Shri K. Madhav Rao.
You can skip the introduction to save time.
Sir, only in 2 minutes I will.
No, sir, it is required.
Because you are the main mind behind this. So, Shri K. Madhav Rao, IS retired, is the President, Board of Governors, Chairman, Executive Committee of the Institute of Public Enterprise. Sir was the State Election Commissioner, Government of Andhra from 1999 to 2004. He served as an advisor to the Governor of Bihar. He was also the chairman of High Power Committee for Urban Cooperative Bank. He was a director of the Central Board of the Reserve Bank of India and member of Board for Financial Supervision of RBI. He also served as a Director of Social Welfare and Director and Managing Director, SC and ST Finance Corporation of Government of Andhra Pradesh. Since 2004, sir is a full-time activist in the area of affirmative action, good governance, and economic reform. It's a privilege, sir, to invite you to deliver the presidential remarks. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandeep Chechra, Brother Khwaja, Professor Dubey, Professor Johnson, Dr. Greger. It's a feast of presentations from all of you. And I have noticed that this is a kind of a platform where 7 organizations are working together to organize this seminar or conference. And I find that the participants are from 4 different groups: the researchers, academicians, and policy makers, and those who implement these policies like Mr. Khwaja and myself, and the practitioners like the ipehyd and similar kind of organizations. Now, when I see this breakup of these 4 people, obviously the researchers and academicians give us the models, they give us the data, they give us the experiences of different countries and different cities. And the policy makers, that is people like us, we frame rules, we frame acts, and then implement them in practice. And as I said, practitioners are the people who provide the social audit, they do the real sweat participation in the field. Now, the question I ask myself is, which of these 4 categories has the potential to maximum good and minimum damage? And in a reverse way, which are the people who have who can do maximum damage? And that's where I take off from what my colleague Khwaja said, that we have to learn from history or the past experience, but we don't. So since I belong to that group which refuses to learn from history and cause problems, what do we do about it? Professor Ms. Khwaja said that the citizens get the government they deserve. Shall we leave it at that, or see that the people are not exploited or allowed to suffer by the policymakers? Now, the experience of COVID tells us how cruel one can be, giving them 6 hours notice to leave, and how unimaginative we can be to say that in 6 hours, millions of people can move thousands of miles to their native places. The best way is to be honest about our respective role. I like Ms. Khwaja. I also work in the urban sector as a special officer of Hyderabad municipality, then as Joint Secretary and Secretary of Municipal Administration. Now, when I was Secretary of Municipal Administration, I noticed that people misuse the rules of building bylaws and the classification of areas for purpose of building. So I made a suggestion to my Chief Minister that the power of the government to regulate such violations should be taken away, and then they should be compelled to comply with the rules. And his typical reaction was, I won't name him, he said, what are you talking? if a man wants to build a house, why do you need a master plan and a headmaster plan? That's all he could understand about the need for implementation rigorously to see that the city is not ruined for the sake of the greed of the builder. Now, that's the kind of practice the policymakers we have. Not every one of them obviously is of that low standard, but the fact remains that the implementation part of it is something which is very, very critical. And recently we had an opportunity to hear Justice Madan Lokar. He's a judge of the Supreme Court, retired judge. He was talking about the COVID experience. Now we have the Urban Workers Welfare Fund, Construction Workers Welfare Fund rather. Under that act, the government have power to collect cess. They collected the cess. The amount ran up to a 35,000 crores, but they won't spend that money. And when the Supreme Court took it on its hands to ask for the information, they were dodging. And when they were forced, they said, yes, we spent on computers, washing machines, and advertisement about the chief minister. Is that what the cess is meant for? Now, the Supreme Court has to intervene. Now, this is the way, if we are implementing, now the indication that by 2050, we will be reaching 80% mark of urbanization. Is it an opportunity? Is it a real threat? So if you have this kind of insincere implementation, now I would, in a very, very pessimistic way, say that it's a threat. Is there another way of looking at it? Why let people come from villages to urban areas? To benefit the builder, to make his profits? Can we not provide the facilities in the area they live in? Or rural area, semi-urban area, by providing transport, health, education opportunities? Is this not a way of minimizing the kind of difficulties they have been passing through for years, but which is now highlighted through the COVID experience? Now, as you see from the environmental changes that are taking place, is COVID the last calamity that we are going to face? Maybe not. So better we plan for the people moving less and less from their roots by providing them the opportunity which they are trying to find elsewhere, 5,000 miles away. And then with 6 hours notice, they walk back. So I thought this is a question we ask ourselves and say, is it more of a threat and less of an opportunity, or vice versa? Now, since we're already late by the hour, I would now stop at that and thank the great contribution that the 5 speakers have made for this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the severe issue of push migration during COVID, the loopholes in the investment, loopholes in the implementation of planning scheme. And it is very pertinent, as sir mentioned, to provide resources to the rural urban fringe area, which will actually sustain the informal workers in that zone and restrict the push migration of informal workers from core area to their native places during not only during the time of pandemic, but also in general. Thank you so much, sir. And now I request Dr. Lakshmi Kumari to please give vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Anupama. It's our privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of IPE and our partnering organizations. First, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the eminent experts for sharing with us the Indian and international scenario on smart cities. It's really helpful for us, sir, to take this research forward and contribute more on this emerging concept. It's a great opportunity to this large gathering also for joining with us in today's intellectual discussions. I once again thank Dr. Grigger, Professor Chris, Professor Kundu, Professor Dubeji, Mr. Khwaja Shab for their valuable inputs and their research works and for their quick response at any point of time in doing this event. I thank Mr. Madhavrao Garu for his presidential address and for his continuous support and guidance for bringing this emerging concept to IPE. Our thanks to our beloved director, Professor R.K. Mishra, Mr. Sandeep Ji, and Mr. K.T. Suresh for successfully launching this event. While drafting this event 5 months back, we never thought of this online technology. Thanks to Professor Rakesh and IT team for their continuous support. And we will take a break of 5 minutes because we are running late. Our next session would be on smart technologies and solutions. We'll come back quickly after 5 minutes. And this session will be moderated by Mr. K.T. Suresh, National Senior Lead, Campaign and Policy, ActionAid Association, India. Thank you. I hope we'll take a break here and we'll join after.
And explorative. And if I were to look at the sessions that's just preceded this particular one, I can say with a lot of confidence that it certainly has engaged a lot of you participants. I see that there's been a series of questions that have come for Professor Greg, which he has also very kindly answered, but I think it would be great to see that kind of an interaction going on in this session. So let me continue to request participants to use this as a forum, as a platform where we can interact with each other as well. Of course, we have an excellent panel of speakers, so you would benefit from also sharing their perspectives, their years of experience on working around the urban agenda. Let me introduce you to this session, which is essentially trying to look at the issues of technology and smart city being almost synonymous in many circles. And I think that this session would in some ways try to interrogate whether we have understood the use of technology and understood whether the preeminence of technology is really what smartness is all about. And in the previous session, in the inaugural session, I think Professor Greg did unpack it a little bit. And I think this is an excellent space into which he will delve a little bit more, offer more clarity on the thoughts that he has offered to us. Let me just precede his session and that by Dr. Liz and followed by Dr. Vaidya. We will, we are looking at half the world's population, which lives in, in urban areas. Around 90% of growth in the next few decades are supposedly predicted around to occur around Asia and Africa. And therefore, this meeting, this seminar, this discussion is very, very important. I remember the slide that Professor Greg shared with us about the inequity through just the illustration of electricity availability in his inaugural presentation. With increasing numbers of informal settlement, the concept of subaltern urbanism also needs to be reviewed. Literature around which enables us to reassess urban planning in the global south. It highlights existing economically vital informal settlements and contested suburbs. Cities now support policy dialogues for energy efficiency and socioeconomic resilience to deal with the impacts of climate change. In the earlier sessions as well, Professor Kundu and Professor Chris brought out some of those contestations. But globally, I think the smart city concept seeks to provide an advanced technological solutions to urban issues. Yet, smart initiatives are critically explored by scholars to prove, to stir, and to rethink this concept. This session hopefully aims to connect these two concepts of smart cities and subaltern urbanism. And who better to start this discussion as Professor Greg and Dr. Liz, who are eminently qualified to do that, to review the gaps and contradictions regarding the smart city conception. I think there's a need for us to explore innovative methods, even when we are looking at technologies. We need to bring in, we need to unpack the ambiguities that exist in the conception of smart cities. We need to explore whether smart technology investments are relevant in the sense of, inclusive for informal and the poor. We need to identify whether smart city projects are mainly top-down processes as being infused by partnerships, corporate and otherwise, that create a market for digital consumerism. Reflecting on the ground of realities of the subaltern, I think we need to look at relevant examples, to look at bottom-up approaches for the regeneration of such urban spaces. It's suggested that smart cities can be based on more local issues, while a broader perspective of cities that are citizen-centric with human socio-cultural aspects need to be evolved. I'm hoping that this session, which is around technologies, will certainly unpack some of these questions. So without further ado, let me invite Professor Greg Muse, who has been introduced quite extensively by in the previous panel. So I will dispense with the full introduction. But Professor Muse will speak on the, drawing from his previous session, linking human health and well-being, the role of technology to inform the discourse in the Asia-Pacific context, as he did as part of his discussion paper on the future cities in Asia-Pacific, and maybe also delve into a couple of issues and closer home case studies, which would also help us, because there's been a series of questions that have also come your way, Dr. Greg. Maybe this is a good takeaway point for you from your previous session as well. So over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm very delighted to be here, and thanks for the kind introduction. I appreciate the short conciseness and delving into the deep heart of the questions, which are all complex and not easy to answer, given that we all really can offer just a tiny perspective as part of the bigger picture. And by all means, I believe there are more qualified people also out there which are highly qualified to talk on smart and digital technology in cities. Therefore, I'm particularly taking and sharing the perspective of perhaps more grassroots perspective and bottom-up perspective, because, and I think Katie, you already outlined it so elaborately, there are so many people which do not even have electricity on the planet. We know currently more than 1 billion people around the planet live in informal settlement context. So if we all wish to seek and enable, that gives them the same opportunities as the rich minorities around the planet offer, we're gonna have ecological collapse on the planet. So how do we on Earth create for everybody a meaningful human existence? How can we become humans through design? How do we on Earth connect the digital domain as an enabler or as a device or tool to find this pathway that we can co-create a future which is healing or creates health benefits to all? So they are all really big questions, and I presume some of the answers will come through in collaborative approaches with some of the other speakers, as well much as the contribution and the question and answers of the audience as we move on. So all what I will do perhaps, and maybe I must admit the initial contribution earlier was quite theoretical and abstract. So therefore, I thought it might be useful to give now a tangible example of what that might mean if you apply the conceptual triad of space in a grassroots community level in an African context. And by that, through that means we can actually see some of these elements of technology coming through and how they can work as an enabler to improve living conditions. So I'd like to share briefly my screen again. So I hope just a sec. I have a few slides that help to illustrate that. So the question, what we've been given was, hold on, I think it's not shared just yet. So here it comes now. So you can see that, yeah, brilliant. So the original question was, in our views, what are the innovative strategies and techniques that could develop for making cities more smart and sustainable? So there are several different complex concepts at work here. So one is that notion of being smart, and the other one is of sustainable and innovation and related to techniques as well. So perhaps we use that one example, what I learned and applied in an African context. So I'd like to take you on to a brief journey to Sierra Leone, which is a West African small nation, which is also one of the least developed countries in the world. And due to the synergy and the collaborative approach with Dreamtown in Denmark and the Danish Civil Society Fund and Youth Center Sierra Leone, we've been granted the opportunity to embed the theory of change on the ground with the community to improve their well-being. And so we use particular, to make it tangible, we work with the Sustainable Development Goal number 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. In particular, our energy went and was directed towards SDG 11.7. By 2030, we provide universal access to safe, inclusive, accessible green public spaces for all. In particular, as we all know, it's due to COVID-19, having access to open space in an informal settlement context is quite challenging. Yeah? So we know, just for context, in Sierra Leone, the majority of them live in urban areas there, 75% of them. In fact, most of the vulnerable groups are the youth in Sierra Leone, which is constituted by UN standards, the age group between 15 and 35, which make in total almost 40% of this entire population. So they are very high in risk of experiencing disaster and have very little control of building and developing any kind of precautionary measures and safety against it. And as we know, climate change is quite a huge challenge, and we will continue to facing numerous natural disasters. For example, landslide is one of them in this context. We also know now there are a range of threats in terms of well-being for young people in this country, including a lack of voices of the community, a lack of access to education, a lack of employment opportunities, social exclusion, socially, as well as with part of the decision-making processes, hence why governance is such an important component and pillar of that, exposure to poor housing condition, sexual and gender-based violence, early pregnancy, no access to healthcare service, drug and alcohol abuse, and so on. So with that kind of plethora of issues, where should you start to improve health and well-being? So we know what we did is, and that's where our technology kicked in. So what we designed, we online questionnaires to actually get data, useful data in relation to the subjective well-being of these people. And using modern technology, in that case, what we use smartphone devices, where we directly were able to go into these communities to ask them about some of these fundamental questions to gain data that we can help them to create a useful baseline survey where we can help them to find tangible ways to put some of their dreams into reality and help them to break the cycle of poverty. So in that case, we created several indicators which related to subjective well-being, and they were can be categorized under certain elements such as physical capital, standard of living, physical digital capital, place-based approaches to livable places, safety, security, and ability to meet others, access to pleasant, nature-connected, and creative places. So there's really the good access point to the physical conditions, the human capital, how that relates the physical to a mental health, where is education positioned within that, and literacy, and also having a positive outlook and not just a fear-driven negative outlook in life, which is very important, and giving them a sense of self-efficacy. So social capital, as I perhaps mentioned already in my earlier contribution, how do we on Earth enable social relationships, which enable conditions in which resilience and a meaningful connection to others can occur. And that is a good measure for that. And institutional capital, how we can work with gender equality, effectiveness, organization, inclusion of young people in all these processes. So going into that, we used, and that's a whole range of different tools. So we linked in and built synergies from education, sensitive upskilling, building capacity within partner NGOs locally on how they use digital technology and survey designs to gain the data, the information they need in order to empower these local communities. So we went through several iterations of upskilling and processes and workshops, and ended up in, and also that what I would say is part of an intelligent community approaches. We helped them to build and mobilize advocacy roles. How do they can use that data to bring it back to the decision makers to negotiate based on the evidence which we're finding and the data which we're gaining from these communities to find a new way forward to improve health and well-being. So as part of this whole approach, community empowerment was one of these core ingredients. And again, I touched earlier on the fundamental notion of having co-design and co-production built in, where you create a sense of agency in which an individual can see themselves to actually create a shared dream which is shared on community level, and then can be articulated and towards the decision makers when you use these good data, which we found through our surveys, into consideration. At the same time, oops, I'm sorry, I went too far. These dreams, what we have co-designed with these young people there, where we took them through a 3-day co-design process, where we talked about the context where it's been situated, because all these settlements where we worked in were quite unique in their own right. We had a cohesive, comprehensive approach to what we call the dream catching tool, which we developed and tested there, and then modeled with the people in the informal settlement. And keep in mind, most of them can't even read and write, which is also another entry point issue into technology. If they can't do that very well, how do you create accessible conditions to all in that kind of scenario? So we used and viewed these educational tools and empowered them through this kind of community dreaming process. And as our colleagues will kindly outline from our local partner NGO, out of nothing comes something. And again, what we did really, we targeted, used very efficient, very tangible, very low technology. As you can see, we work with budget papers and markers. We put them on the ground. Sometimes even we had a white, but not always. So we use the fundamentals, what the simplistic things you've got in order to create these kind of conditions. And that's what, again, I would call an intelligent community approach. So at the same time, what we decided is we could have gone in and deployed simply the technology and to collect our data, but we thought this is not sustainable. What is sustainable? Where do we give energy and sustain something that they can help themselves? So we thought we have to collaborate with the local university, in this case, University of Makeni, where we went in and started to upskill or train 15 students, or sometimes even more, to really learn about proper data entry data analysis and survey design and conducting qualified interviews with people in the communities. So we built that capacity into this university curriculum there. And the most important part is this is not a top-down thing that we come and tell them what to do. This is when they go in, when you go and work with the sensibilities of the local culture, that people can go and do questions, interview collection, data collection from peer to peer with no hierarchical kind of thinking and structure there, then you really obtain really richness, which really can be used in terms of the data approach to some meaningful outputs. So what we've done, so we trained them, they got all these nice certificates, and we, after they went through this education process, they really went in and collected quite a bit of data. So here's, we went in and we got in total, we went into 9 communities, I should say, and we collected more than 1,000 proper responses, 1,091 valid responses. So we eliminated all these ones which were slightly faulty. And we went into informal communities in an urban context across the country in 3 cities, Freetown, Kono, and Makeni in particular. So with a rich data set, where we, instead of just glancing over them and having simple, small target samples, we've been really getting a really good understanding of what the state of well-being is. What we found is that 62% of them had no access to nature or green space, that 68% believed that walking safely alone home is a huge problem. Furthermore, we found 58% feeling that young people are not being listened to, nor 75% of them had a place where they can go and be creative. So, and the last one, where we found that 95% feel that they had a lack of opportunities. So opportunities to meaningful existence and being part of a community is such a fundamental part of it. And this is not, it has nothing to do with necessarily now access to electricity. This is a fundamental human right here, what we're talking about. So, so what we did is we conducted a survey, and then back in the and that's the beauty again of modern technology. While the students were in the community asking all these questions, we could see in front of our screen the data coming through, and in real time we could see what are the biggest benefits coming out of that, where we can have a big difference or can create a big difference for their well-being. So I don't expect that you go through all of them here and can read them, but I just would like to show you that when you really, what we learned is by applying this technology in the data approach, we could really learn how we can create that the most important part was to make a difference was ongoing education opportunities outside of school. Non-formal education for those in informal settlements was very important. We also found that thinking of ideas of the future with others, so collectively, yeah, not necessarily individually, and working towards them creates a platform of how we can construct meaning. In that case, how we socially produce spaces which create healing conditions. Yeah. So satisfaction with the schooling opportunity is a very important part. And as you can see, when you just focus on these 3 top ones, these make a huge difference on their subjective level of well-being in this kind of context here. Yeah. So with that in mind, I'd just like to emphasize that it is very important that we pay attention to the moment and the experiences that are positive in people, create environments for trust and joy in which people want to come together and wish to share information in order to see a shared value proposition and also a tangible way forward to have an impact on their lives. So by all that means we had to really work with expectations, because otherwise we create this classical donor give us a relationship where the people are just receiving it and want to have always more. That doesn't work. So we had to be very careful around expectation. And that is also what I would call part of an intelligent community approach. So we went in and we did not shy away to really go in and help them to realize their dream. Out of the 9 communities, 8 of them decided their dream is a community center, a public space where they can all come together as a youth to mobilize and educate themselves. And there is something really valuable to be learned. So because what we did is within the 2 years of this funding, which started at the 9th World Urban Forum and then at the 10th World Urban Forum recently, as Sandeep kindly highlighted. We've been able to present it to the world audience. We mobilized it, they realized their dream. They built these community centers, these spaces where they can safely meet across these communities. With very little funding, I must say, and now came together, and that was just timely because we just hit this COVID-19 pandemic now in the African context. And these centers turned out to be quite a gift because they're enabled, again, conditions in which the people can actually start to self-educate, to respond to the pandemic conditions, to create props there where they can wash themselves and become more conscious around how we can physically distance ourselves in overcrowded environments. How do we can take care of personal hygiene? How do we can use these centers to actually create face masks and create employment for the local communities in order to help themselves? So that shows me that all this, what I've just been demonstrating with this one small tangible example, that if you use technology as just a tool in a more wider holistic context, by realizing the potential of a grassroots and community level and finding a way of how you empower them, that's how we create pathways to health and well-being, in which we definitely do not leave everybody behind. And I would like to conclude with my part of that and hand over then probably to Liz with the power of education, that we are all designers of the future that needs shaping in the now. And these actions are tangible. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Hello, everybody. Greg, that was a terrific insight into the kinds of paradigm shifts that we need.
May I come in for a moment and introduce you?
Yes, certainly, Mr. KT Suresh.
Yeah, just a brief introduction of you and your work. I know that both of you have been working together as well. Our next speaker is Dr. Liz Brockton, a lecturer in transdisciplinary design and architecture at the Queensland's University of Technology. Her research focuses on innovative pedagogy and curriculum design to support the integration of sustainable development, climate change adaptation, and disaster resilience within design education. She's completed her PhD at QUT and a Master of Architecture and a Bachelor of Environmental Design degrees at the University of Western Australia. Prior to her commencing her PhD, Dr. Liz worked with architectural practice on a range of residential, commercial, and public architectural projects. What I think she's going to do now is to draw from Dr. Greg's presentation. She will touch on the power of education and industry collaboration through digital means in order to enable transformative solutions to informal settlements around the world, hopefully including the role synergies with industry. That's broadly what I understand that Dr. Liz, you will attempt to do in this session. Welcome, and it's evening in your part of the world. We're going to be needing you a little bit more time here, which is around noon here. So welcome again, once again, Dr. Liz.
It's lovely to be here. Thank you, Mr. KT Suresh. You may hear some of my own ecosystem in the background with the birds that have just come in a spring migration pattern. We've had a very warm seasonal change. So you'll hear some of our local wildlife, including perhaps my next door neighbour's son who's running around yelling and screaming. So there may be a backdrop to my contribution to today's session. But first I'd like to thank Greg. That, as I was sort of getting at before, that was a terrific insight into, as through our work that we've done together that I'll talk a little bit about shortly, into the kind of paradigm shifts required for us to be able to develop cities that are both smart and sustainable. And I think where we align really strongly is this emphasis on people, or the more soft approaches in what constitutes smart cities, and how we create a sustainable future for cities in which people are empowered to see that they are co-creating their own future. So it's about empowerment. But before I get into that too much, I'd like to thank everybody, especially the event coordinators, for the honour of this opportunity to speak today. And under the circumstances with COVID-19, I also hope that everybody tuning in today, as well as your families, are safe and well and healthy. As Mr. KT Suresh introduced me, I'm Liz Brogden and I lecture in transdisciplinary design, which has been a sort of zoom out from initially focusing in on a purely architectural lens. And that's going to inform how I speak today. And I think that the main message behind what I'd like to come across today is that I'm very interested in this emergent design lens and what design has to bring. And Greg has very sort of eloquently explained some very rich design theory about how these sorts of theories have only been emerging in the last 30 or 40 years as a disciplinary domain of knowledge that's very rigorous and research-led in its own right. So it's quite an emergent research field, but it's a very rich one. And what excites me about design research is just how strong the overlaps are when it comes to the sustainable development agenda in terms of illuminating paths forward as to how we can navigate really tricky, complex problems. So so the prompt for this panel session for me was a very rich one. And it immediately prompted me to think of our cities first at this real meta scale. And then as I thought about it more, I found myself zooming in and in and in and focusing down until I was really just left contemplating the place and perspective of the individual citizen in a smart city and realizing the impacts of smart technology on people. So please allow me to describe this thought process. As I mentioned earlier, as somebody originally trained in architecture and now exploring transdisciplinary approaches to design, I see that the value of design is in its power to describe these systems in a very compelling way at multiple scales, and not just spatially, but across time. And I think the word spatiotemporal I've heard it come up in a few of the presentations today about how important it is to think about our cities as these active, dynamic ecosystems with multiple mechanisms at multiple layers all operating simultaneously. And for me, I'm a little bit biased, but for me, my design lens informs the way in which I'm able to visualize and conceive cities at scale. So as you would be aware, that overlaying this discussion prompt about a smart city is also the issue of sustainability. So this brings in two very complex, rich ideas into one quite concise prompt. And it also, for me, adds an element of urgency. So it's no secret that climate change presents real, tangible threats to our cities, and that the decisions that we make today have an impact on how habitable cities will be into the future. So we're seeing that while our cities get smarter and smarter in terms of technological advances, we find ourselves on a path that appears inversely related. So as our smart cities grow, we're also exhausting our natural environment, which we rely upon to survive as a species. So in this sense, many of the aspects that make a city smart are the qualities that are also problematic from a sustainability perspective. And I believe Greg spoke earlier about creating cities and engaging in processes of creation and destruction. So I mentioned earlier that I see design as a powerful agent, and it can help people to understand and visualize cities as an interconnected network of factors at multiple scales. And for me, this notion is fundamentally empowering because it reveals our own individual agency, where the magnitude of problems that are complex and interconnected, like sustainability at a city scale, might leave citizens feeling ineffective or overwhelmed. So my contribution to today's discussion is fundamentally aligned with what Dr. Greg was talking about, which is about individual agency and true impact, and a call to ensure that innovative strategies harness the collective power of individual citizens to inspire a sustainable future. My view, as it was in the prompt, what is your view, is that it is essential we inspire hope and optimism when we talk about smart, sustainable cities. Otherwise, citizens are left to process what is really a bombardment of, quite frankly, terrifying data about how our climate is changing, the damage we're causing to the planet, and continued depletion of resources. We're very fortunate to have scientists who are equipped at providing the essential data we need in order to plan our cities. They provide us with projections based on known information. They generate scenarios from this data in which we're able to predict the future based on current trends. We can also introduce variables to these data maps and begin to understand the range of probable outcomes. But my question is, who's equipped to be able to generate future projections that incorporate innovative strategies? I believe that there are smart, sustainable strategies that do not yet exist. This hope can empower us to imagine our future in optimistic ways. So importantly, I'm not advocating for a utopian fantasy making exercise here. I believe that design thinking can offer immense value when it occurs in response to critical scientific analysis. So in light of this, I have a series of questions before I get to a little bit more of a discussion about the education work that I'm involved in with Greg at QUT. So I have a series of questions. What would creative visualizations of a sustainable city look like if we combine rigorous, research-led, scientifically informed data with smart design solutions? How can we imagine an optimistic future so that citizens are inspired to see their collective agency, where raw data can be overwhelming or scary, or even leave people feeling powerless? And how do design professions need to adapt and change in order to be effective, engaging across disciplines to achieve sustainability in the smart city? So this leads me to my final point, which is mainly about education, but it also relates back to the city because I'm talking about transformative social change, which I believe needs to underpin any kind of smart, sustainable, innovative strategies. So as I said earlier, my research and teaching at QUT is transdisciplinary in nature, and Greg and I teach a program called Impact Lab 3 Planet. And in it, we have about 500 to 600 students per semester across 7 design disciplines and 19 cross-faculty double degrees. So this is an enormous unit and potentially, given the name, real meaningful impact. Our focus in Impact Lab 3 Planet is sustainable development and resilience. And we've quite mindfully aligned it with the UN Decade of Action Challenge in the, the UN Decade of Action in the lead up to the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal Agenda. But critically, what we're interested in is connecting our students through this program to enact meaningful transformative learning through partnership. And we're very fortunate, including Mr. KT Suresh and Mr. Sandeep Chakra of ActionAid, who are here today, who have been one of our partners through that program, along with some other organisations who have very generously provided their time and insights to help to develop a problem statement for a particular informal settlement, and our students work in collaborative transdisciplinary teams to address that design problem. And the reason I'm mentioning this Impact Lab program is because Greg and I approach education in a way that relates to the prompt for this panel discussion. So we intentionally set out to challenge students' worldview while also extending them to imagine an ideal sustainable future. They then use backcasting techniques to design a sustainability strategy for a particular community as defined by our partner organisations. So importantly, it's within this picture that students propose a design intervention for our partners, which is understood not only as a physical artefact, building technology or urban intervention, but as something that exists in time, intended to transform people's lives in a city. So while it's one small action, it's mindfully situated as part of a broader system to bring about sustainable change. So in closing, I return to my initial point, and I began by mentioning that while the question of a smart, sustainable city presents a complex, large-scale challenge, my view is that it is the individual citizen that's the building block of change. And therefore, in my view, innovative solutions must respond to and promote individual agency in co-creating our future, which aligns really well with Greg's last slide. And it requires both scientific, technological solutions for a smart city, as well as strategies that allow for transformative shifts in values, knowledge, and beliefs of citizens within that smart city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liz, and very kind of you to have also described ways in which one can bring into practice what sometimes seems like complex theories. I mean, I'm often reminded by one of my teachers who said, "A great theory is built on good practice," and I think that that's a wonderful attempt that you did make, and it's good for us to look at these questions, because some of the questions that have also come from our very informed participants have also been trying to interrogate the blurring of the city in one imperial conception, as compared to also a more livable, as Greg put in his inaugural slides, something that's constantly evolving, and therefore how do we look at the intersections of these two as living entities rather than as as designs which are top down and have closed loops, so to speak. And thank you very much for unpacking in a wonderful way the practice of looking at some of these questions in a very detailed sort of way for our participants. I see the questions that have come up there. I see also that Greg has been very kind to respond to some of the questions. We are at 12:45 here in India. I do need to ask Dr. Lakshmi, who's really the person who takes all the important decisions here, how long more we can go, because we do, on our original schedule, we had another speaker who's unable to join us at the moment, but will hopefully join us for another session because he's been called in for something important, I assume. We are about 15 minutes over time, Dr. Lakshmi. So we are at lunchtime in India and supper time in Australia, from what I can understand, right? I mean, so we should probably, my request is that we should probably end very soon now and get back in 1 hour and 15 minutes. I say 1 hour and 15 minutes because we have colleagues from around the world who are on this, who are participating in this webinar. So it's 2 o'clock India time that we want you to join us back with the meals that you would consume in your parts of the world. I thank Professor Greg and Dr. Liz for an excellent session, which allowed us to drive from the macro perspectives that Professor Kundu, Professor Chris Johnson, Professor Pandey and Sandeep and Mr. Khwaja and Mr. Madhav Rao and Dr. Mishra laid us in the inaugural session. We have done a deep dive now, and I'm sure that the rest of the sessions will interrogate some of the questions that are very, very essential for us to look at. And as Greg pointed out, would allow us to move towards sort of identifying areas of practice, which will be useful for all of us to engage, because we are a huge community of practitioners here, whichever form of practice that we belong to. So thank you very much, both of you. Very kind of you to take time off and join us here, and also to be a co-collaborator in this process. We look forward to, hopefully technology will help a lot more connecting of dots now, if we are to also learn from this session. Thank you very much, and over to you, Dr. Lakshmi and Dr. Anupama.
Thank you so much, Dr. Grigor and Dr. Liz, for your wonderful contribution from smart technologies. And thank you, Sureshji. And I thank all the participants also. Still, they are trying to join, and there are some participants who would like to join, and because of something, they're joining in the afternoon sessions. And now we'll take a break here, and we'll come back at 2 as India time. We'll come back at 2, and we'll be having another, as Mr. K.T. Suresh rightly mentioned in the inaugural session. We have set a tone for it, and we will continue it with an in-depth discussion on inclusive growth and smart cities. And let us break for lunch and supper.
India time means Indian Standard Time 2 p.m. over here, and then when you talk about Australia, it may be 5:30. So that time will vary, I think, you know, but please go ahead. So we meet again at 2 p.m. as per IST. Thank you, Sureshji. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We have great presentations. Thank you, Anupma. Thank you, Professor Lakshmi.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. There are questions for Professor Greg as well as Dr. Liz. So they are joining us back again.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can send those questions.
They can text the answers also in the.
And I think we may then have the response which we can direct to those who have asked the questions. And that is time.
They can text the answers. Dr. Liz and Greg, you can text the answers in the question answers box so that it is visible to all of us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Liz and Suresh, sir. Thank you.
Which raises issues on the question of decision making of the smart cities mission. Now, we all know, and the question here is of special purpose vehicles. Special purpose vehicles were put in charge of each smart city proposal. And if you all know, as we all know, the special purpose vehicles which drove the projects of each smart cities tended to function in very undemocratic ways. In fact, ActionAid's 2019 report, which we looked at certain number of cities from the reference point of urban deprived communities, raised early concerns of how special purpose vehicles, which were often formed by independent expert groups involving representatives from large corporations, other private interests, as well as government representatives at the state level, actually limited the impact on the participation of local representation. Our own report pointed to a lack of proper consultations from the by the special purpose vehicles, and therefore the idea of democratic participation in the governance of cities or in the evolution of smart cities became quite an illusion. Democratic participation often taking place online or within limited to elite areas of the city where poor or majorities or urban poor could not participate. For example, let me take an example from my own report. In Bhubaneswar, residents of Shanti Palli Basti were actually informed without any consultation that their land would be redeveloped. This is under the Bhubaneswar Smart Cities Plan, and that they would have to move away in a temporary way for 36 months nearly to an area which is very far off from the areas of where they were working, domestic workers, other informal workers in local markets. So they were all shifted without consultation to, for 3 years, while the construction was ongoing, to a far off place. Now, many residents felt that if they were given a voice in the proceedings, they would have at least raised a concern or raised a suggestion on where they could be relocated temporarily, even if they were ready for relocation. Now, this seems to be a recurring theme within Smart Cities Mission. So this is not just an isolated example that I am raising from our ground study of Bhubaneswar, but several other authors, and we have details in our paper, pointed out how a small minority of special purpose vehicles used methods of outreach which weren't even digital and in fact excluding the urban poor. And even when these methods involved democratic consultation through print media, these also still excluded disadvantaged groups, especially on lines of gender, caste, literacy, and other forms of disparities that we all know are so high in urban areas. So in some ways, there is this whole question of who are these smart cities meant for, and what kind of participation in decision making has been happening. Many of these plans which the smart cities have come up with are quite apparently blind to gender and disability issues. Let me take one salient example of how it is hurting citizens in its transport. The women's primary mode of transport is walking and public transport. Ramesh ji, मैं meeting में हूँ. The women's primary mode of transport is walking and public transport, but only 20% of the transport budget is, as we know, allocated for public transport. The huge focus on roads and parking lots 40% of the transport budget, as I just mentioned a bit earlier, was actually used for parking lots and roads, which only cater to middle and upper class men. We all know that less than 10% of drivers in the country are women. So in a way, this is also gender blind. Now, if we were to look at a gender informed or gender sensitive use of a public transport budget, the priorities would have been very different. How did you make public transport? First of all, how did you make an effective public transport? How did we develop that in the smart cities? What kind of security protocols were established in this public transport? Now, these are glaring omissions. This is one aspect. Now, if we come to another gender blind aspect, what we found is this whole notion of property rights for women. Now, property rights for women, which one would have expected in the second decade of the 21st century to be almost a ground assumption or a ground building block, is completely unrealized in several cities. So women, we all know, have had restricted access to land and a lower chance of receiving bank loans for property. Inheritance rights, we know, are rarely upheld. Rights of widows are rarely upheld. But if you look at the whole idea of redevelopment of slums, sort of housing spaces for economically weaker sections, many of the issues that single women, widows, landless women have been raising are completely unrealized, both in terms of their ownership rights, both in terms of the title deeds and entitlements. So there is this whole notion that democratic participation seemed to have been missed in the advance of the idea of smart cities. Therefore, sort of raising this specter of a kidnap, if I may use that word, or taking hostage the idea of smart cities by the elite and the powerful, which include men in the context of gender, but which include the dominant caste and the dominant classes in the context of the class and caste setup of cities. And I think this seems to be have been a very important methodological miss or a decision-making sort of reflection that we wanted to make. In the time I have remaining, I will raise a few other quick points in terms of what we see on the whole notion of what came up, friends, in an earlier conversation today in this conference. The question of what is smart and smart for whom. So are we really looking at smart cities for the majorities of the cities, or are we looking at smart enclaves or smart sort of focused areas within of the cities? Now this comes up very importantly of the definition of smartness per se. Is it responding, or is it addressing, or is it talking to the needs of majorities of the city, the 80 to 90% of the city dwellers, the makers of the cities, at their perspective, at their prioritization, or is it addressing the needs of a select minority of the cities who anyway are the owners of the city? And is this idea of smart cities really the inclusive idea, or really an idea which is actually reducing the huge inequalities cities have in the past have been built up upon and perpetuated? So I think whether we look at infrastructures, whether we look at, for examples of public transport that have taken, whether we look at the shift in property ownership regimes, whether we look at where redevelopment happens and on whose terms redevelopment happens, whether we look at the question of urban resilience, we find that there is a huge reflection and need for change in the way smart cities are defined, in the perspective with which smart cities have developed their proposals. And this goes on to say that many crucial aspects which are very important to majorities of the city, which are very important to cities per se, have been left out. For example, the idea of history, culture, and identity of the city, the idea of public and open spaces, the public and open spaces, which is not part of the initial concept 10-point conceptualization of the smart cities, is very crucial for poor people, is very crucial for in some ways people who make the city, or the large proportions who make the city. The idea of disaster resilience, we all know that disasters don't affect people equally. poor in a city stay in more tenacious areas, in areas which are first and more hit by disasters. Chennai flood some years ago revealed to us that the people most affected were the domestic workers, the informal workers of the city, because they were living in the most risk-prone areas, the river banks, the riverbed areas which have been dried up. So in some ways, these things have been missed out in how the initial definition of where investments would go for in smart cities were made. Here is the Center for Financial Accountabilities. In our paper, you will see it in more detail. But I came across this interesting study of Center for Financial Accountability, a case study on the indoor smart city, which raised a variety of concerns. And CFA's report is particularly critical on how the oldest residential areas in the city of Indore, areas such as Biyabani, Loharpatti, Malgani, Malharganj, Ganeshganj, and these names are very symbolic, which were the focal sites of ABD. When they were changed, I mean, when the redevelopment happened, now changes in these areas led to a destruction of Indore's unique identity, which arrived from the historical cultural areas, where historic buildings were, where old marketplaces were, where you know this whole unique identity that Indore had developed. Not only that, it led to a significant displacement, because these were also areas which were high density areas in Indore. So in the name of beautification, in the name of smart city development, it led to a whole disruption of very densely populated areas in Indore. And the way it was done, the CFA's report, for example, calls it interestingly the curious case of Indian smart cities, and how all these projects happened, how the riverfront and lakeside development projects under the smart cities mission involved significant and detrimental ecological changes, as well as displacement of
Sandeep ji.
Yes. I will just try and close it. I'm really rushing. So in some ways, the point of how do we look at the very notion of smartness? Is it holistic? Does it miss out the perspective of the vulnerable populations? Is an effort to develop on one side lead to regress on the other side? So I think this whole question of balance needs to be concerned. I know I don't have time, but I do think in closing I want to say that perhaps adopting a human rights based approach to the perspective of smart cities, actually giving it a human rights subtext and a human rights based imagery to the decision making processes, to the content development processes, as well as to the very sort of detailing of the smart cities processes and content would possibly be a solution. Our paper talks in details about how using HRB, as we call it, whether it's in the context of housing, whether it's in the context of land rights framework, whether it is in the context of public transport, whether it is in the context of tourism and beautification of the city, whether it is in the context of urban commons and urban natural greens, using that approach and framework of social and ecological justice within the overall framework of the human rights based approach would actually be the kind of wind that the very inclusive notion of smart cities needs in its wings. I know I've run out of time, friends, and I'm sure we will be circulating the paper. I'm sure when there's discussion, if you have questions, we'll be happy to sort of come in and detail some of the issues, which I have for now made in a very running telegraphic manner. Thank you, Lakshmi.
Thank you, Sandeep ji. It's really very, what to say, very elaborative and very interesting discussion to say that giving more emphasis on social and ecological justice, it has to be given in while developing the smart cities in all the areas of development. So really it's very good bringing from the budget allocation to the insisting on social and equal justice. It's really very good, interesting, Sandeep ji. Now I invite Professor Amitabh to give his address. I request all the panelists to stick on to the time because we have some questions also at the end. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request you to take over to Amitabh ji.
Thank you, Lakshmi ji. Just give me warning before 2 minutes, I exhaust my time. Let me pick up the threads for the discussion from the morning inaugural session.
Yes.
And also take up some of the critical issues raised by Sandeep just now, relate them with the questions of migrants and inclusivity, which Dr. Khwaja and Madhav Rao raised in the morning. Let me therefore put up one thesis for us to consider. Has the smart city mission in India, has it failed? Now, I'm not raising that issue just as Sandeep said to wake people up in the relaxation of the afternoon, but I think it's a serious issue. Nobody talks about the smart cities in the way we did in the 2014 and 15. Nobody talks about, driverless cars and drones dropping our groceries or very high-tech solution. And what Sandeep was mentioning, inequality was created because, as I showed in the morning, not more than 15 to 20% of the total smart city money was spent on pan-city services. 80 to 85% was spent on area-based development, which really created sharp inequality within the city. And also, if you look at across the size class of towns, you find it's the large cities which got maximum private sector investment. So it increased inequality, and rural-urban inequality also became, very, very sharp. So basically, if you ask today in the Ministry of Urban Development and Poverty Affairs, Mahua now, nobody talks about smart cities. They talk about climate smart city. The emphasis, as Sandeep was hinting, that it is no longer technology driven, no longer investment driven. It has to be somewhat people driven. And they have worked out the indicators. They're talking about housing, water supply, sewerage, sanitation, transport, and basically which is the need of the people. I think there is an attempt, I really welcome it, to make the smart cities mission, take it away from the elite and the upper middle class to the people-centering thing. And that's why the ministry, Mr. Puri mentioned about street being given to the people, the challenge of people claiming the streets. And you remember in the morning, Chris mentioned that in Australia, there was a Ministry of Planning. Now it has been changed. It's a Ministry of Planning and Public Spaces. So I have a feeling this change which is coming up in the Smart City Mission in India can be seen all over to some extent or the other, responding to the present crisis. I was just thinking that our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, when he mentioned that smart city does not necessarily mean very high technology. He didn't put it as explicitly as I am doing, but he said it should be able to respond to the needs of the people, and that needs can change. And I think he was prophetic. Mr. Modi did not see that pandemic was coming, but nonetheless, the way the smart city mission is now addressing the issues of health, water, sanitation, and transport is really something which was required. So there is some amount of flexibility. I'm happy about it. Now, I just quickly mentioned two or three things which has been done to make these cities inclusive. We are talking about inclusivity. I don't think that the pandemic increased the vulnerability. It made the interstate migrants vulnerable. It actually brought out the vulnerability in the public domain. They were all along vulnerable. It only surfaced them. We found thousands of people walking, cycling, getting into crowded buses and transport, and it hit our psyche. Said, what kind of situation, how have we treated our migrants? And I think there is some response coming up that how do we really make them come back to the cities? That's one of the major concerns, and that concern is of the industrialists. And secondly, can we make these cities a little more friendly towards the migrant population? Is somebody handling my PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Rakesh,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
please
I'm
share
doing.
the, sir, PowerPoint.
I'm doing.
Just,
Yes, sir.
1 minute, sir. I'm opening the slides.
first point that strikes me in the context of making the cities inclusive and treating the migrants properly is the question of data. Now, I remember when I raised this issue of the interstate migrants, the suffering, from Niti Aayog came a question, Professor Kundu, do you have the data on how many people are from which district are staying in Delhi, Mumbai, and Ahmedabad? Please go ahead. Please, next one. We'll have to finish. Now, I want to bring two critical facts to your notice. I'm sorry, I'm going against the main trend of thinking in the urban sector. It's quite not correct that rate of growth of urban population in the world or in India is very high. At the global level, UN Habitat has brought out several books saying shrinking of the cities in the past few decades. So many of the large cities are not growing as much as was expected. Danny Roderick's thesis of premature deindustrialization also suggests that the city's growth will be slowed down, and the world became 50% urban. That was considered to be an evidence of high urban growth. This is not true. World would have been 50% urban in 2006. It became 50% urban in 2008. And that's because of the slow growth of the Asian cities. I looked at the data for the Indian cities. Whenever you make investment in infrastructure, we did in Jawaharlal Nehru Urban Renewal Mission, we take those cities, you find the growth rate of population and the in-migration rate definitely goes down. The moment you have high quality infrastructure coming in, spaces available to the poor and vulnerable becomes less. And I have collected some data for the smart cities also. You find a similar trend that the rate of in-migration has gone down. So there is some kind of a conflict between high-tech solution and infrastructural investment and cities not absorbing the migrants. Could you go to the next one, please? As far as the data is concerned, I remember in the morning, Sunil was talking about it. What kind of data do we have? Do you believe that Government of India bringing out a report on migrants in 2014 uses 2001 data, doesn't use the 2011 census data? This is the evidence I brought in, that in 2014, Government of India could not produce a map which showed how many people are moving from one district to another. For 2011, they used the data for 2001. Please go to the next one. The same thing, you have only data for 2001 census. Happily, Ministry of Labor has woken up to this, has constituted a committee to collect the data in a proper manner. I'm co-chairing that committee, but that certainly is a happy, awareness building that we do not have the data to deal with such exigencies. Please go to the next one quickly. Now we can skip these 2, 3 because I don't have much time. Please keep one more. Now look at the way that the legal system in different states are changing to ensure that the laborers come back to the cities so that the factories can run, so that economy can pick up. In Uttar Pradesh, barring the Construction Workers Act, Child Labor Act, Maternity Benefit Act, Equal Remuneration Act, and Bonded Labor Act, these are the minimum constitutional requirements. All the other laws, labor laws, have been suspended in Uttar Pradesh because they want the laborers to be available to the industries. In Madhya Pradesh also, Industrial Disputes Act of 1947 have been amended, and now for 1,000 days there will be not many of these regulations will be applicable. So the factories will be able to negotiate their wages, and many of the acts which have been brought in with a lot of struggle from the laboring class will be suspended. Please go to the next one. I don't want to go to the details, but you find Gujarat, Rajasthan, Himachal telling the same stories. They're exempting the factories from the acts, and the hours of work has been extended from 8 to 12 hours per day for 3 months. And there will be no constitutional complaint on that. The judiciary will not accept because we want the economy to come back, but the burden really falls on the working class because all the labor laws are gradually being diluted or being exempted. Please go to the next one. Now, is it true that if you exempt the labor laws, things become better? I'm sorry, I'm remembering the bubonic plague, which came in the 14th century in Europe. It struck Europe and it destroyed, would you believe, 10% to 30% of the population in different countries. That came in 1347. In 1349 came the ordinance for the laborers, which really tried to again restrict the laborers' rights and their wage rates. They wanted them to be available at the starvation wages. In 1351, this ordinance of laborers was converted into statute of laborers, which really forced the laborers to work at a very low wages. But this resulted in a major peasant revolt in 1381, which cost serious lives and property in Europe. I'm simply suggesting that while it is important to give a boost to the economy and make some relaxation in the labor laws for the time being, but certainly for more than three months, if you do that, I think there will be problems coming up, as we have seen in the history. Please go to the next one. Now, in India, we have in Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, there have been relaxation of the labor laws, but we have experiences over the past 30 years. Sometimes there was some relaxation, but that provided no incentive for extra investment. Gujarat, of course, tried relaxation with the labor laws, but that resulted in certainly more investment coming in, but the investment was capital intensive. It did not increase employment in any significant manner. Can we go to the next one, please? Now, there are two approaches for ensuring inclusivity, ensuring that the migrants get back to the cities, which is not as harsh as it was when they left. One is, this is a German model, that we can strengthen the labor unions so that they can bargain and they can get better results. Second is that you allow the individual workers empowerment. In the Indian context, I looked at the labor laws, you find it's the second part which has been maintained to some extent, but the powers of the trade unions have been weakened considerably. And I do believe that in the Indian context, if the labor laws, the trade unions become less and less powerful, certainly their rights cannot be protected. There is a case, Krishna Kumar versus State of Bihar. I would just conclude, Lakshmiji, in just 2 minutes. Do I have 2 minutes?
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay. I'm simply saying that in the case, 7-judge Supreme Court bench in Krishna Kumar Singh versus State of Bihar, it says that yes, state can make ordinances for some time, but states are abusing that power. It argues that ordinances are subject to judicial challenge, and state ordinances and amendments of the act are subject to judicial scrutiny, and they must be put to the judicial scrutiny. Please go to the next one, please. That's my concluding. The micro environment, water supply, sewerage, sanitation, which are part of the brown agenda. The smart cities are emphasizing on that, please. And basically, the smart city mission is now saying not only 100 cities, we will cover all the urban centers, but start with 500,000 plus cities. So gradually, the concern is there that smart city mission, as it was envisaged, created sharp inequality within the city, across urban centers, and between rural and urban areas. Now, there's an attempt to register, have the registration of the migrants, give them portability of their benefits from the rural areas to urban areas, provide them access to housing, water supply, sewerage, sanitation. These are all being planned. But often we have seen that the legislations which are designed to protect the X category of people lead to exclusion of that. You find, for example, the auto rickshaw drivers, construction laborers act in Delhi. Not even 30, 40, 50% are registered. Rest of them get excluded. They don't even, nobody wants to employ people under the Interstate Migration Act, because if you employ a migrant and if it declares as a migrant, then you have to give some kind of benefit. So the migrant workers come happily and tell the employer, I will not declare that I'm a migrant worker. I will declare that I live here. An employer also would be able to give. So I have a feeling that we have to see to it that the legislations and registration process does not become exclusionary, does not really push out the poor, vulnerable migrants. And my final submission is that if you really want smart cities to be inclusive, you have to revisit all the legislations on which there have been relaxation by end of 2020 or beginning of 2021, because all these legislation modifications may be required in the short time, but certainly if they stay for longer, labor is going to be at the point of exploitation. Thank you very much, Lakshmiji, for tolerating a couple of minutes more. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your quick and vibrant lecture. Really, it's very interesting. I could put in this like highlighting on the importance of the data. What you are highlighting that the 2011 census data was not referred to in taking decisions in 2014. So it's very right time and important to look back at the data of the migrant workers and all, and linking it to the infrastructural investments, and finally to revisiting our legislations and labor laws for more inclusive growth, giving more opportunities for equality and social justice. Really, it's very right issues with that we have dealt with now.
You have summarized better than me. Thank you.
So the lecture is very vibrant and it has directly gone into our thought. So right now I invite Angela Gurtu, Professor Angela Gurtu. I would like to give a quick introduction of Professor, because morning session she is not in that inaugural panel. So Professor Angela Gurtu is currently Chair Professor, Center for Society and Policy, Isaac Bengaluru. Her research areas includes public policy, equity issues in governance, sectoral reforms, informal economy, informal entrepreneurship. And she is the recipient of Emerald IAM South Asian Management Research Fund Award in 2013 for research work on out of the margins, the role of informal workers in contemporary production system. Ma'am, I hope you will add more and give more inputs now, continuing to Amitabh Kunduji discussion. So thank you. Over to Anjula, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. And it was really interesting to listen to Sandeep as well as Professor Kundu. And I realized that my talk is a little different, but it actually is giving a third perspective to what the other two speakers were talking about. Let me just share. I'm going to talk about technology and inclusiveness. Right? So maybe start with answering the question, what is the SMART all about from the technology perspective, and then talk about inclusive growth. So I'll share my screen. I hope I'll be...
Yes, you can, ma'am.
Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, it's visible, clear.
Okay, fine. So as I said, I'm going to talk about the technology aspect of inclusive growth. Right? And in smart city, in the smart city context. So therefore, just trying to sort of put it, what is the smart all about? And when we are talking of smart cities or making these cities smart, what exactly are we talking about? Right? And the technology part of it. So if you start looking at what the technology says, just give me a minute, there's some, okay, I'm not able to, okay, fine, here it goes. So if you, when we look at what this smart is all about, basically, they are looking at from the citizen's perspective, they fall into four, in that sense, baskets. Right? So basically, in terms of technology, we are talking of using internet, high-speed 5G internet and GPS. So using this through sensors and internet network, and basically sensors in various places to gather data. That is the first smart that they're talking of. And the application is basically collecting a lot of information and giving that information back in an aggregated or analyzed way back to the public. And a lot of the, this also happens through applications, right? So either when you're going through Google Maps or you're going through some phone application, then you get this data, and they are basically used in various services like telling you about traffic congestion, about air quality, or the movement of your bus. So if the Transport Corporation has its own app, and if you're looking for a 500A, the bus number, you'll be able to in real time know where the bus is moving, how long before you start from your house to take that bus. And it'll also tell you different things about, as Sandeep was also saying, about traffic congestion, where to take your bus from, which parking to go to, which is the nearest park if you want to go to. So there's a lot of this information that comes to you through, of course, again, a technology to the public. So that is one kind of smart that these smart cities are talking about. The second kind of smart that they're talking about is managing of the public infrastructure, like smart street lighting, smart parking, smart building management, where what happens if there is no traffic on the road, for example, the street lights will automatically dim. In that sense, saving electricity. Similarly, smart parking, if the parking is already closed, there's no parking available, it automatically will close, and the information will go to the people who are looking for parking, so that they can move, in that sense, save some bit of fuel, and in that sense, environment. Similarly, smart buildings, where if the sensor, this is all done through sensors, by the way. Internet and sensors is what there. So you put these smart technologies all over and use internet to do this. So smart building is similar. If there's nobody on the corridor, automatically the lights will dim, there'll be less use of electricity, and in that sense, the public infrastructure will be better managed through better quality, better, saving of fuel and environment, etc. So these are the larger two. The third smart that they're talking of, based on internet, is where the each individuals get supported, right? So you pay your bills through internet, as I said, the parking example that I gave, there also this whole concept of smart homes. If you start putting sensors there, if you walk out of the room, the electricity, automatically the switch will go off, right? Plus, it will also help you in terms of health, scheduling your health checkups, etc. If there's already information, you've gone to a doctor, you've already got your health system kind of checked, and there are some parameters that need to be checked, it will kind of warn you. So it will send you a warning, it will send you a ping saying that it's time for your health checkup of these parameters. So somewhere there's also a set of individual support that they're doing using this internet. The fourth part, of the smart that they're talking of is that they also will try and plan your life, in the sense, to put it a little more dramatically. Right? Here we are talking of using algorithms which actually read into information and also start suggest you options. Right? Where, for example, would be if I'm going on Big Basket and my health system says you're 50 and your cholesterol readings are going high. And if I go to, so my smart health has already recorded my reading. Now, if I go to Big Basket and I say I order for high cholesterol food, it automatically either blocks it or gives me a warning that don't go do this. This will not be good for your health. So in that sense, so there are these four larger ways where these our cities are trying to be, in that sense, smart. Okay? So what does it? So what does it mean? In terms of the technology divide, it's basically talking of four different layers here. Right? So what happens with these kind of four different smart options, that of course Sandeep has already talked about one, right? So the whole concept of access and who is this whole thing for? If we are talking in terms of smart, who are we designing it for? That issue has already been discussed, right? And the fact that it is catering largely to middle and upper class people. Right? So I'm not going to discuss the first divide, but I'll go to the second, third, and fourth, so even if I start saying that it is catering to the middle and upper class, people who have access to technology, there's a whole concept of divide that will come on digital participation itself. I do not want this interference. I may not want anybody to tell me how to go, where to sort of go. For example, if I'm driving a blue, say, Wagoner car, and I may not want to know that, and I want to buy a new car, and suddenly this information comes in suggesting that don't buy a new, say, a Triber orange, because in your area, there are already 20 Triber orange colored Tribers. I may not want that interference, right? If I like a particular car and if I like a particular color, I should be able to go ahead. And I may not be motivated to use these technologies to plan my life. I may not like this warnings. I may not want my whole system, my whole health details, etc., to actually be accessible in different forms, even if it is in an aggregated form. Then the third divide that comes in is the whole issue of privacy and the fact that my car is moving, getting captured through a sensor on the road and adding to some kind of aggregated information about traffic or who uses what car, and therefore will end up getting used by private agencies, right? I may not want that. The whole issue of privacy and personal security comes in. Right? That is another divide where a lot of people may not want to share their public data, even if it's in aggregated form. I may feel that it is infringing on my privacy. The third thing comes, the last, of course, the divide that comes is the fact of literacy itself. I may be a middle class educated person and have all kinds of gadgets around me, the phone and this, that, but doesn't mean I'm literate. It doesn't mean that I'm technology literate at all. So there are several kinds of divides which actually come, which stop this inclusiveness. Of course, the biggest one is what Sandeep was talking about, and that really is huge. Right? The fact that who is this meant for and how are we designing it? Is it only meant for people who can afford a certain kind of luxuries? But beyond that, also, even for people who can afford or not afford, there are so many other questions that are coming which may not make this whole smartness inclusive, right? Where I'm talking of my own personal issue of privacy, personal security, literacy, and the degree of interference I would want from anyone, or these the technology-induced interference. So the point is there a way out? Is there a way to sort of address all these issues, including what Sandeep and Dr. Kundu were talking about? Is there a way to, in all these 4 issues, can we deal with them? Given that this kind of a technological advancement we're talking of, making all these cities so smart. Okay? So yes, there are some ways that have been talked about. I was looking through a lot of studies from various countries, academic studies. What is it that is happening in other countries? And one thing that's coming again and again and again that that our other speakers have talked about is that you have to make it citizen-centric. So you've put this very fancy technology in place, but the question that you have to ask is, what information will my elderly need? What information, what does my domestic worker needs to know? So all this information, all this that I'm collecting, public data, private data, and putting it in certain applications to aggregate it in a certain form. The point is, all of this data actually needs to be aggregated and decided and disseminated from the bottoms-up approach. Access is necessary, but it's not sufficient. The questions that you have to ask are, what do my citizens need? So if there are a lot of migrants, what kind of information? What do our students need? What kind of information do they need? What is it that they need to know? And then I need to move towards saying that how will this technology help them aggregate this information or collect this information and then take it to them? So I think that whole move from getting very excited about technology to saying that it is basic, it's that basic necessity that we need, but it's not sufficient, but we need to move to the next level, right? We need to start from citizen and then put the technology, use the technology for that. I think that's the first, that is the most basic thing that we need to do. And then again, the second question that you're talking of, as Professor Kundu was saying about migrants and getting them together, then again, the whole second thing that they're talking is that you need to most probably split this, I mean, to make it more practical, from saying necessity driven and luxury driven. So government and private has to come together for the necessary conditions to be met, right? The fact that you were talking about sanitation, the fact that you were talking about adequate water supply. It's fine to know whether air quality or water quality is good or not. Very nice. But do they have access to water? Right? Do they have actually access to sanitation to actually use this, even if we give them a tablet or these smartphones, will they be able to? So that necessary conditions have to be met, and private sector has to play a role. That is something that again and again coming up with a lot of reports, lot of studies, that, while it was very nice to say government has to do all this time, but the government role is fine, but there is a whole social responsibility of the private sector, which has to step in right now to put that those basic conditions. And then of course, there's another another argument that's going, saying that, so the next step of this digital smart that you want to do can be sort of be put as luxury support. So for example, suppose I have two cars, and one is more centimeters and one is a little less centimeters in terms of size. So a luxury basic support would be, for example, that, you know, it tells you, okay, there's traffic congestion, so you need to move from this, or you take a public transport. 500A bus is coming. That's our ring road bus, actually. Very convenient bus, I remember it. So 500A is coming, drop your car, take that bus, right? And it's not very, so that will be my basic necessary support. Luxury support would be to tell me, okay, fine, you have 3 cars or 2 cars, don't take the wider one, take the smaller one. Because this is how the traffic condition or the traffic congestion is of this nature. And that can be through an economic exchange. So anybody who's providing that service can actually ask for some payment. Right? That can have a little bit of economic exchange. But however, so this is the two things that people are talking about in trying to ensure that this whole set of 4 types of divides that are coming in because of this whole digital space that we are moving into needs to be met. The third thing that research again talks of very interestingly is that diffusion of any kind. So any kind of connectivity, any kind of diffusion that happens in society is not either horizontal or in a single. It's always through networks, right? So if you really want people to know, if you really want your elderly to know what to do, how to use it, to benefit, if you really want your domestic worker to understand what to do, how it can support her in doing, saving time or anything else, then you need to do it through the network approach. Not, for example, a simple example is they see the whole concept of household, right? So if I'm doing household survey, household intervention, that no longer exists now. They're saying, no, household doesn't matter. In the household, there is an elderly person and a student as well. They have to be dealt with differently. So network would be that I'll talk to the elderly person, figure out what that person wants, and then move to that person's friend, his or her friends, networks, and start dealing with them. That is how, if you really want good diffusion, if you really want someone to use this smartness in the most effective way, then you will have to go through that network. So students, you'll have to deal with together. Elderly, most probably together. You'll have to look at your migrant workers and deal with what their issues are together. And in that sense, use this social network for support to build this, to bridge this divide. Lastly, I don't know how much. The last, of course, is again, it's a similar concept, but again, the people are talking about it very often, is community informatics. So they say any skill and digital literacy that we are talking of, or we trying to, any inclusivity that we are talking of, has to start from not access, but use, effective use. So therefore, also my first question, it said that you have to start asking questions from bottom up. So who are my majority people? What do they do? Are they small traders? Are they domestic workers? Are they maybe academicians? Who are my majority? I mean, Bangalore has a lot of academic institutes. So in that sense, in a lighter way. So who are the largest people that are there? Who are going to use it? And then what do they need? And then start working on how to bridge this divide. Right? And so access at the community level, it's community informatics is basically, that's what it means. And I have covered these things, so I will not go too much in detail. That you need to, it's social networks is what it also talks of. It also talks of what data they need. Instead of talking about digital divide, you have to address data divide. What information do they need? Right? And in that sense, go for that information dissemination, aggregating that information, collating that information and passing it on. Then you are a smart city. Just putting technology there does not make you smart, right? It's saying that, I won't take a bath, but I'll dress up. You'll still stink, right? So you not only have to dress up in clean clothes, you also have to take a bath. So both these two together go. So in that context, I'm saying that you have to do the data divide part. You have to look. You have to see what data do they need and use this technology for that. And Of course, there's a measurement issue that people are also talking of, saying that the whole information dissemination now has to be measured in more in-person hours spent, right? So each person, how many hours have I spent with the people who need this information or who need support either for literacy or skill, and how many hours were spent? That is how you measure whether your information is actually getting disseminated or not. And especially in technology, you will need to sit with people and figure out how to help them. This is seem to be most visibly effective. So in that sense, I'll close my talk. The idea was to look at the whole issue of smartness, because everybody is emphasizing the technology part very strongly, and they think that is how everything will get resolved. We have, and as Sandeep had clearly said, it looks like a very middle class and upper class kind of a thing. Actually, it's not even that. The amount of people who have come forward, in fact, they are the ones who have come forward saying, we really don't know what it means, right? What is happening? There's sensors coming up, they're collecting all kinds of data, and they are asking, our data is going there. Of course, their laws also, government is also putting in laws to ensure privacy. That they are doing. There are laws that are coming in and very fast. But the point is, everybody is concerned that what is this technology doing? And it looks like the technology is what is people thinking that is what make it smart. So I'll just conclude by saying simply that yes, it's nice to have these fancy clothes of technology around, but unless we have a bath, we will still stink. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anjula ji. It's really interesting thing. And what Professor Sandeep ji, Amitabh ji have insisted on the other part of inclusiveness. And you also finally landed there taking technology diffusion and also saying that what is really important, reaching to the grassroots is very important, the technology or whatever the smart city initiatives that need to reach the people at the end, that is more important, whether that is a luxury driven or a necessity driven. I hope what today we feel is a luxury driven, it may become a necessary driven tomorrow, the technology. Like example of smartphones are what we are using today. But awareness is more important among the people, that what we feel. And we have some questions from the participants. After another speaker will take the questions at one go. And now I request Professor R.K. Mishra, Director IPE, to address the participants.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. It has been a great treat to listen to three giants. Sandeep ji, who talked about inclusiveness, very, very important issue, I think, for the country. That may lead to divide of the country, if not digital divide. So I consider that a very, very important issue, because we are a country, but are we a nation? I think that's a big issue. And what Sandeep ji tells is something I think that USSR should have followed long back. They didn't follow. And you know what happened? And I would say, I think for any country, India can't be an exception to that. If we do not work on inclusiveness, I don't think we can go forward, because I'm reminded, of the Nobel laureate, who talked about Asian drama way back in 1975, that poverty anywhere is a danger to prosperity everywhere. And therefore, if you are very rich, if you have all the resources, you are everything in society. But if you don't have inclusiveness, tomorrow you will not be there, whosoever you are. So I would consider that, I think, a very, very important talk. It was just not a sermon, but I think it's a sort of warning, I think, for all those who are in the field of policy making, those of us who teach, those of us who say that we are in the middle class, or, we are highly literate. I think that's a message, I think, we have to take. And I think, that's what I am going to talk, I think, after a couple of minutes. And then for Amitabh Kunduji, he made a very big point in the morning and even now also, that our policies come before data. And you have seen why our policies have failed. Our policies have failed because those who say that they work on a policy don't have a faith in data. I'm reminded, of Chow and Lai, who had come about, 1956, 57, here come to Delhi. There are other things. But when Chow and I went to ISI Kolkata, Chow and I spent 2 days. His program was there just for 2 hours. But he told, no, I'm not going to leave this place. I'm going to be here. And I'll come even tomorrow also. And he was amazed at the system of data sciences we had around that time. But afterwards, I think, we have done everything. I think we might have, destroyed many things. Among things that we have destroyed is not only culture, not only, I think, in bonhomie and coming together, but also, I think, the kind of data processes and methods we had. Around that time, we had data on agriculture, I think, agriculture on each district. But, I think I don't want to go in detail. I think Professor Kundu knows how did we systematically destroy that. I think that's a very, very important issue. And then Anjila Gutuji, I have known her for very, very long. And I think, it was a very great treat to hear her in the sense that we have misused the technology. In the name of technology, the vital aspects of technology we have not used. But we have gone to those aspects of technology which have not added to our productivity and those which have not created value, I think. So we should have known, I think, how to use technology for the societal growth, for inclusiveness, I think, for coming to a policy decision, I think. So they are very, very important issue. The digital methods and the technology should not only lead us to luxury, because luxury, as I have been taught economics by Professor Kundu and others, my great teachers, they told me that once you go beyond comforts and you go to luxuries, don't add anything. I think that only destroys you. So I'll come to my presentation, which I will not take much time. And I'm making a very small presentation on municipal bonds. It was, I think, 25 years back or 20 years back that I wrote a paper on securitization. And I think that might have been the first paper. The only thing is that we didn't know how to get maximum mileage of, of that paper. It was the first paper on what Ahmedabad municipality did. Ahmedabad municipality around that time went for securitization. And in securitization, what they did was that, they had the assets around, and based on those assets, they created a paper. And then they went to market, and they mobilized funds. Of course, securitization has its own merits and demerits. Securitization can have a flip side. Securitization can have a brighter side. And I think somebody told in the morning that in the case of securitization, many a time I think the kind of vehicle that we create, that vehicle leads, I think, sometime to misuse, I think, of the very concept of securitization. That is one thing. And number two, the question of escrows also come. And sometimes you talk of single escrow, sometimes you talk of double escrow. But the case of both single and double escrow, we lead ourselves to problems. My presentation path is very simple. I talk about need for financing smart cities, I think, just for a minute. And then I talk about financing instruments, and then how financing instruments can change the scenario in the case of municipal corporation in India, which can help municipal corporations to turn their spaces into smart cities. And then I have taken, I think, something on municipal bonds, where we have done a study which has been recently published. And I'm also a member of the Public Financial Management Committee of the Chartered Accountant Institute of India. And there we have done a study on municipal bonds, which has been released only last week. Go to the next thing. This is third tier of government. And third tier has really become third because we never thought that we should be seriously looking at that. And you see the difference between South Africa and India. When you talk of South Africa, when you talk of Belgium, you see that third tier, their rights and their duties, their obligations, everything has been stated very, very specifically in the constitution. But in our list of constitution, we have only central list and we have only state list, and we don't go beyond that. And the result is that municipalities, they are starving of funds. No concept of smart cities can succeed from Delhi or from the capital of the states unless municipalities are given their due, unless they are empowered, and unless they are empowered not only politically, but also in terms of funding. And we find that there are one or two exceptions. That can be Karnataka, maybe Kerala, maybe I think West Bengal. But altogether we find that despite all that, when we talk of the flow of funds, our outflow of funds do not go beyond, I think, 4 to 5%. And in such cases, I don't think you can go too far as against this. When you talk of smart cities in, let us say, Germany, now, I say, in case of Germany, the third tier is the most strongest tier. And in third tier, they do not only one or two things, but a spate of things they do. In our case, I think third tier, we are showing them the responsibilities as per the 1917 Act amendment, 1973 amendment thereafter, amendment in 2019, all that we have been doing. But what happens is that we are creating a caricature kind of thing, carcass kind of thing, but we are not injecting life into it. It doesn't have life. It doesn't have blood. And what is that blood? Blood is, I think, finances. And therefore, what I would say is that, these challenges, of World Economic Forum, Minister of Statistics and Planning, Finance Commission, all of them. In Finance Commission report, there is a very special chapter, not from now, but most probably from 6th or 7th Finance Commission. In fact, I have been a part of work that we have done at the Institute of Public Enterprise for the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th Finance Commission, and had also been working closely with Dr. Y.V. Reddy and also with Mr. Kelkar and others on that. And what we found was that despite all that, we created a school on that, we created special funding, but I have been as a part of the Ministry of Rural Development. When we went, I think, village to village, municipality to municipality, what we found was that the money came, I think, to the state government, but the money was lying there. The money was not transferred to, to the municipalities, which were asked, I think, to work on many municipalities were asked to work on smart cities campaign. And the problem further increased when only 2 days back, I read a statement, I think, of one of the state governments, most probably Chhattisgarh, that any organization, any government, third tier organization which has more than 40,000 people will be declared as a municipal corporation. Once you are declared as a municipal corporation, I think your responsibilities increase towards people, I think. Now, coming to all that, if you take Europe as a whole, if you take Germany as a whole, if you take, let's say, South Africa today, or if you take US, what kind of financing instruments they have come? And we have seen that they have used very, very cleverly, I think, the tax aspect of that, the liquidity aspect of that, the listing aspect of that, the rating aspect of that, the credibility aspect of that, and the outreach aspect of that. Based on that, what they've done is that they have seen different kind of needs of the smart cities, and then they have created different kind of instruments. But on the whole, I think this is general obligation bonds, of which municipal bonds, which we are going to discuss, is a small part. Then revenue bonds are there, industrial revenue bonds are there, green bonds are there, qualified energy conservation bonds are there, social impact bonds are there, public benefits funds are there, linked deposit programs are there, energy efficiency loans are there, property assessed clear energy there, greenhouse emissions allowance auctions are there, and user fees are there. Though we always say, I think, to municipalities that if they want to fund the smart city obligations, one thing I think which has come out very, very, only I think a week back when finance minister was speaking, and then Mr. Modi also spoke, I think, in parliament, they talked of monetizing the assets of smart cities around. The question there is, just Professor Kundu talked, that in the case of immigrants, we don't have even a register. And in the case of municipalities also, and in the case of many organizations, you don't have an asset register. You don't know when you bought, what is the value, what is the current value, what is the size of that. We have done, I think, a number of things there for the Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. And we have suggested to them that they should know, I think, where their assets are. And we have to point out, I think, in some cases to local level organizations that your assets are here and there. I will not go much, I think, in that. But I think just for a minute, the government-based financing options, all financing options are available for the smart cities. They can have, I think, and in European Union countries, those 26 or 28 countries, they are being resorted to in a very, very open way. Then we have development exceptions where dedication requirement is there, tap fees is there, linkage fees, and then impact fees is there. We have public and private options. We talk about collaboration between public sector, private sector, people, and cooperative organizations. And I think this is a very good way where, public-private options can give us, pay for performance, I think, kind of resources, securitization, just I told, structured finance, we can say, then catastrophe bonds are there, and then private sector, yes, as Professor Kundu was saying in the morning that we expected $2 billion, I think, and maybe $1 billion from the government, but both the government and private sector in our country have not succeeded, I think. Somebody told, I think, if I'm right, that most probably, I think it was Sandeep ji who was saying that the smart cities, campaign has, should we say that, it has failed? But I would put it the other way. I am reminded of, of a great ICS officer who was chairman of the Institute of Public Enterprise and who did a lot of work on cooperation. And in the report on cooperative credit, he told that that cooperation has failed in India. So smart cities might have failed in India, but he told cooperation has failed in India, but cooperation must succeed. And this was no one else, I think it was Mr. Bura Venkatapaya, who was a great thinker and who did, I think, a lot of good work, I think, for the country. So when we talk of private sector, we have loan loss reserve funds, we have debt service reserves, loan guarantees, on-bill financing, pooled bond financing, pooled lease purchasing finance, value capture, tax increment financing. And if I put a matrix of all these resources, then I find that our country has not gone anywhere. But as I just told you, in terms of what Mr. Bura Venkatapaya told, okay, we have not gone, but we have to go. Now I think it's the time that we should be tapping these markets. And for that, we have, as just Angela Guttu was telling, I think Angela was just saying that we have taken bath. Means we have created this smart city campaign kind of drive. We have dressed up, but we have not taken bath. And we can take bath only when create, I think, these kind of instruments. But let me tell you, I think we should not become Europe. In Europe, they take, they dress up, but they don't take bath. But in our country, I think the situation is different. We take a bath and then we dress up. And in this case, what happens is that time has come that we must reorganize the entire local level governments in our country, both big and small, and give them a sort of, I think, their governance has to be improved. And with the governance, their accounting systems, I think, more so. Public financial management, accounting systems, capacity building, I think, over there, these things I think have to increase. And once we increase that, then we'll see that we'll build up a financial muscle, I think. We'll build up a financial muscle for, municipalities and, in our country. And then I don't think that this concept, which we don't think that, it is a pep talk. I'm very sure that if we do that, then this can certainly become a reality. But what are the challenges? The challenges are, can you go to next time? Let us come to municipal bonds India. And when we talk of municipal bonds, I think a lot of things to say there. But the essence of that is that we have not raised even more, I think maybe less than 5-digit figure, I think is what. And what people, they say is that we can go up to a few lakh crores. But I was going through, I think, not now, again, 10, 15 years back, because I teach finance, I think. And when I teach finance and I teach corporate finance, not now, but 20 years back or 15 years back, I was going through the research work of Lawrence and Grace. And they said that in USA, around that time, it was $3.1 trillion were the municipal bonds. In our country, I think the amount is very small. And the amount is small because we have taken the wrong end of the stick. We have not started the right way. We have started municipal bonds, but after starting municipal bonds, one thing which has come in our way, very big, which has come in our way, is the end use of the funds. Our end use has been very, very restricted. I think, we have used, I think, for a park, we will be using, for some small road, for some small business, but we never have mega projects in our mind, I think. Municipality like Bombay Municipal Corporation, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, they are big ones, I think. When you go Bombay Municipal Corporation's revenue is more than, I think, the revenue of many states, I think. All the entire northeastern state, the revenue is less than, I think, if I understand very clearly, the revenue of the Bombay Municipal Corporation. And I think India is a very big country, but we have not grown, in my view. We have not grown because we don't have ambitious plans. And then we don't put those plans on the ground, I think. Big countries, big institutions, big people have to have big minds and big thinking and a very great vision. But I think we have fallen very shortly, I think, on all the things. And unfortunately, I feel very unhappy when I say that the end use of funds has not gone to education at all. And we all know that education, is one thing which can give us the highest rate of return when we talk of Amrit Sen, and when we talk, of the work that IP and other institutions have done, and the new education policy has done. You see, I think that the rate of return on education at the primary level is something around 30-35%. And when you come down to middle level and second level schools, is about 19-20%. Even at higher education level, it is more than, I think, 9 to 10%, which is more than, I think, the bond rate. It is more than the rate that we have in the EPF. It is more than, if you take 20 years record of the money that has come as dividend payments, I think, in the hands of the shareholders. Given all that, I think what is important is that, there is sufficient to think. Our bond market, some people say that municipal bonds have not succeeded because our bond market is weak. They are wrong, I think. They are wrong in the sense that when you compare India with the US, even today, US as such a, dynamic, capital market and financial institution system, in the US, bond market is just 15 or 14% of the total GDP. Today in India, with all the restrictions and the problems that we have of symmetry of information, asymmetry of information, what we find is that our bond market is 16%. So we are higher than that, but yes, certainly I think we can have a much higher bond market in our country. But if we want municipal bonds to succeed, one is that we have to see the end use. Number two, we also have to see that our policies don't change. Policies have to be dynamic, but policies have not to be fluctuating. Policies should not create uncertainty. Policies should be having a vision, I think. One good example is, let's say, Andhra Pradesh, and they succeeded, I think, and they used the green shoe option, whereby they could retain, I think, more money. But what happened? They changed the capital now. They have been talking of changing capital. That is a political decision. But once they talk of changing the capital, you have seen that the municipal bonds, they have crashed, I think. And therefore, then the rating agencies, they say very clearly that you have to be very clear about end use. Number two, you should try to complete projects in time. There are cost and time avoidance, and there have been, I don't think there have been many projects of all these municipalities where municipal bonds have been issued. Hardly there may be some projects which we can count on our finger, where the rate, where they could complete in time, and the rate of interest on the bond was lower than the rate of interest which was there in the case of banks. And we have found, I think, a number of cases that money has come, money is lying in the bank. I know about many institutions. Money has come, money is lying in the bank, project is not getting cleared, there are some assets in the project, and we are taking loan to pay interest, I think. So I'll say public financial management is in dire straits. It's in dire straits. In the case of municipalities, high time has come that we create a sound financial cadre in municipalities. And with that, I think, good administrative acumen, I think we have to create. There, I think, governance, we have been talking, but governance doesn't mean only governance at the center or some reports here and there. You have to create governance, I think, at all the time and at all the levels. So I think, I think I'll just stop here, and what I'll just say is that municipal bonds have very great future. The financial instruments which have been used for the smart cities abroad, which we just talked about, not one or two, there are plenty, I think, and many of them, can be used in India. We can design instruments in such a way that we can link them with the concerned projects in terms of the completion time, in terms of the interest rate, in terms of monies that they will get, in terms of the cost that we incur. With all that, it should be possible that smart city campaign may not have to look to the central government. Today, it is not progressing because we created something and it is begging, I think, for the assistance, begging for the assistance and help to the government. If you leave things to the government, I don't know much, I think, anywhere else, but then it goes its own way, its progress gets halted, and it loses the very purpose for for which we bring it to the functioning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your always vibrant lecture on how the smart cities and the importance of the financial independence to the municipalities that is required with effective governance in place. Really, it's very interesting, sir. Thank you so much. And we have a couple of questions, sir, here.
Yeah, but we had very scintillating presentation from Sandeep ji, from Anila Guttuji and Dr. Kundu, I think. They're really scintillating. Yes.
Yes, sir. Finally, linking to the financial aspect, which is more important also. And it's really a very good panel, I hope we had. And we have some questions. I will quickly, to all the panelists, questions are there. I'll quickly brief the questions here. And this is to Professor Kundu. How smart cities, the woman participation or gender role can be considered as an evolutionary step in making smart cities. And I'll just read out all the questions so that we can have an interaction at a later point of time. And this is again, what could be the steps for rehabilitation of COVID migrant laborers? This is also to Professor Kundu. And climate smart city holistically include modern manufacturing sector and service sector infrastructure, and how we can have a model of village enterprise for making cities smart and sustainable in India's development. This is also to Professor Kundu. And now there is a question to Anjula, that is how private corporates should be more responsible towards our society, which is very necessary to the holistic development of the society in the present situation. How the private corporates contribution. This is a question to Anjula. And a question to Professor Mishra, that is seeking your opinion on why policymakers do not want to give space to local governments for their real autonomy except few legal initiatives. These are the few questions. So I request the panelists to respond. I request Amitabhji to respond on the questions. Hello? Yeah.
You're on mute.
There are three very important questions that have come, were linked with my presentation. First is how smart cities can be gender sensitive, and whether there has been within the program efforts made to bring in women in the decision making or make the cities more livable for the woman. Frankly, smart cities emphasize on safety, security, and digital technology do contribute to the safe spaces. And well, I would think that given the present environment in this country, safety, security would certainly be something which is desirable, particularly for the woman and the children. Also, if you look at the different missions, housing, for example, there is an element of gender sensitivity. If the houses are given in the name of the wife or the joint name, you get a concession and certainly you get a priority. Similarly, in the health facilities also, there is some gender sensitivity. But I must tell you one thing, larger the city, lower is the female-male ratio. cities generally attract migrants, and among the migrants, female-male ratio tends to be low. It was very low during the colonial period. For every 1,000 male migrants, there will be 200 or 300 female migrants. Now, also for 1,000 male migrants, there are 700 to 800, and depending on the size class, if it's a larger city, there are fewer women coming in there because they are supposed to be somewhat unsafe, and the job opportunities require some odd timing, and also the technological requirements, skill requirements are said to be somewhat different. But I think that needs to be corrected. In the smart cities, I would like to see that the female-male ratio tend to be equal, or not, at least huge deficit should not be there. But if you take the Indian 100 smart cities which have been there, you certainly find female-male ratio there is much less than the overall urban situation. Now, as far as the migrant laborers are concerned, the major issue is, will they come back? And this was a question which has been raised again and again. The industrialists are worried that they have gone back. Cities have not treated them well. They have not given them proper housing, food, or medicine, and they would not go back. And many of the chief ministers also said, I will not allow my people to go. I have a feeling that is overreaction, that is politics on their part, because no matter how fast Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha grows in the next 5 to 10 years, they will not be able to absorb the surplus labor. The employment opportunities are difficult to create. I'm happy that these less developed states over the past 10 years or so, they have speeded up their growth rate. But certainly it would not be possible for them to absorb the migrants who have gone back. And many of these migrants are not, who do not want to work under Manrega scheme because they are skilled people. Those who have gone back from Surat, Ahmedabad, from Delhi, Mumbai, they are at a higher level of skill. They would like to come back and they get a much higher salary. But I have a feeling that the cities have to welcome them with proper institutional arrangement. There has to be a proper registration system, whatever benefits they are entitled to in the villages in terms of ration should be available, to access to health facilities should be, again, there should be portability, and the cities should provide their children education facilities, health facilities should also be there. But my only concern is, I was part of a few webinars on how the cities can be more inclusive, and many people talked about registration system, proper identification of the migrants, their status, their requirements. But often we find that the process of registration tends to be exclusionary. And as I mentioned, many of the industrialists do not want to take the migrant laborers because they come under the Migrant Laborer Act. Interstate Migrant Laborer Act means that you have to pay this kind of a compensation. And the industrialists say, sorry, I will employ you only if you give a declaration that you live in this city or you are from this state only. So I think one has to be very, very careful in seeing to it that the legislations and the institutional arrangement that we are making to make, attract the migrants and make their life more comfortable do not become exclusionary. For example, domestic help. We have placement agencies, training centers, but as a result of all those institutions, police verification, all that has really resulted in slowing down of women coming as domestic help because they have to now pay the placement agencies 1 month's salary. So I have a feeling one has to be very, very careful to see to it that the institutional and legal arrangement that we are making are not really exclusionary, do not exclude them. But from my final point is that yes, the rural economy should get a boost. Prime Minister has talked about doubling the income, even if that doesn't happen. But if there is a significant increase in the earning of the farmers, the rate of out-migration may be less, but the country is one. No state has the right to say, sorry, I will not allow. This is against the constitutional provision. No state has a right to say that if anybody wants to go out from Bihar or Uttar Pradesh must take the permission from the state government. That is not allowed in the constitution. Similarly, any political leader saying people from other states are not allowed or they are welcome to come and stay in Mumbai, I would ask, who are you to say that? It's the constitution which allows you. No individual can permit me to come to Bombay or Delhi. So I have a feeling that the spirit of the constitution with regard to migration must be respected, and certainly any individual has a right to go wherever they want to for a job. I just wanted to ask one small question to Angela. We all know that over the past 5-6 months, there has been usurpation of individual rights. The information has been taken up and the state has expanded this territory, and civil society and individuals happily have surrendered their personal rights and privacy to the state because of the pandemic. You would like to know who is in your neighborhood, where the person works, and the Resident Welfare Association creates problems for these people who are in the medical profession or whatever it is. So I entirely agree that over the past 6 months or so, there has been usurpation of individual rights and the information has been taken, but well, people did not mind it because the fear of the pandemic is very much there. And I know that when Aadhaar card came up, I was the first person to oppose it because I said my identity as a professor of a university or advisor to the Ministry of Labor is my strength. But an agricultural laborer's identity, that the person has failed in paying one of the installments to the government or by false charge was in jail for 3 days, his or her identity is not her strength. So attaching the identity, putting it as a stamp on the forehead is certainly not desirable. But Anjali ji, I must tell you, data collection is itself an infringement of the privacy. As I mentioned, I would be chairing a committee for migrant laborers. I would like to know from where the person comes from, what kind of access to facilities they have in the rural areas so that we can provide them. I have a feeling one has to make a compromise. If you say that no privacy should be, there should be infringement, then you cannot collect any data. We need some basic information to provide the need-based approach to human rights-based approach. So one has to be very, very careful to see that when this information is used against the people, but certainly planning requires information. I work with the data. I know one of my colleagues who is a historian in Jawaharlal Nehru University, somebody came to ask him that, what is your consumption pattern? How much of oil, how much of soap? The fellow threw him out. He said, how do you take my privacy? Asking me how much of soap do I consume? I told him this is a consumption expenditure survey, which is required for planning in the country. You can't simply say, I don't want to lose my privacy. There has to be some kind of a balance between sharing the information for planning and development purposes and restricting the information to be misused by the private or public agencies of authority. Thank you very much. I would stop here.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Anjula ji to respond to the questions.
Okay, so I think I have two questions now because Professor Kundu has also put in a very significant thing about privacy. So just to answer your question on what you were talking about, how do you plan if the data is not coming in? And if the data is coming in, how do you ensure privacy? So it is a tricky balance. And I will take the example of Japan to illustrate how it can be worked out. I'm not saying it's the perfect example, but still. So what Japan I found did was that, so there is this data that is there. They work around two things. One, if I share data, I sign, there are regulations to protect me. It's not a norm, there are regulations to protect me, and I sign a privacy document which says that this data will be used in XYZ and not in the rest. And the other thing that Japan does is, I still as a citizen have a right to deny that my data will not be shared. And so the government balances this. On one side, suppose there are 20 people, 10 are sharing, 10 deny. They work with the 10 that is there. And anyway, things are estimated. It's not that you're doing 100% population sampling. So you use mathematical modeling to then work with the 10 who have agreed to share the data. However, they have signed very clearly a document which says that you will share my data in X, Y, 1, 2, 3 ways and in 1, 2, 3 documents, but you will not share it in any other. And that is how I think governments have to work. To say that I want 100% sampling, that's not possible, right? And that's also not possible physically and technically, and also to ensure that these issues of privacy and all are met. Therefore, also it's not possible. So therefore, you have to go with sampling, and I think Japan is a good example of how they work with these issues of privacy as well as versus, say, planning, data for planning. That is my response to Professor Kundu. The question that you had sort of highlighted, Lakshmi, I think it's been asked by Dr. Anil Kumar Biswas. I'm just reading the question and answer. I think he has asked it. So I'll again take example of other countries, right? Just to show, I'm not saying this is the right one for us, but still there are people who are already working to ensure that private sector corporates are coming and taking responsibility. One of the things that they are doing is the public spaces that are there, they typically private sector is expected to maintain parks, all public commons that are there, footpaths, public lights, maintenance of public lights. I think that's a good way to involve them, where you give them, that is their societal responsibility. So if they are in a particular area, some of them can come together or they can divide work, but the public commons or public spaces should be looked after by the companies or private sector that is operating around that area. So that is one thing that I have seen. Again, I have seen it in Europe as well as Japan, again, is another example. I quite like the way they work, their society, though they have issues, but still. So that is one way to go, where you sort of decide that in this area, there are 10 parks and there's some X kilometer of footpath. You get to, so this is not a norm. This is a regulation. There are laws to say that people, if there is a certain area and there are 3 private companies or factories that are running, they will divide these many kilometers of footpath, these many parks, this many other public space, public lighting, they will maintain it and look after it. So that is one way to ensure that private corporates take responsibility toward our society. To expect them to do it willingly as a norm, I don't think that's the answer. Just like all of us have to take responsibility for certain things, I think private sector should do it through government regulation. Governments should put some regulations in place over it and ensure that this is done. That is my answer.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Professor Mishra to respond to the question.
I think the answer is very simple. The answer is that, we are a feudal society. And that, has gone deep, I think, in our blood and in our body. And it will take time, I think, to iron it out, I think, over a period of time. So politicians, they come from public, but once they come out, then this subset, which has come from this set, it behaves in a very, very different way. Because in our case, we think that governance is superior to people who are governed. And therefore, politicians, they think that they are there to govern, but they take people as, something, to be governed. So they think that they are somewhat different, I think, from people as such. So I think India, in our country, I think, we have status, I think, is one thing. So once I think, number 2, once you become politician, then you have the rent-seeking power. That is one thing. Number 2, you have access to several things, and that creates, I think, a big difference from an ordinary, person in the village or city or in the country, and then people, who become politicians in our country, I think. So therefore, I think, let us go back and see politicians as a public servant. Politician, as when you talk with politicians like, Bal Gangadhar Tilak or Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Now, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, he set up the People's Servant Society of India, I think. So that was one thing. But Gopal Krishna Gokhale or Gandhiji or Tilak, I think, for that purpose, I think they never thought that they are different from people as such. So there is no difference between them and people. But when you think that you are not to work for people, but you are to govern the people, I think this is the differentiating feature When you think that you are not to work for people, you are not there to work for people, but you are there to govern the people, then what happens? Politicians, they behave differently, and they don't think that, they are, they think that, they are just to catch votes, I think, there. And then another thing, unfortunate, is there that you can always change your constituencies in this country. So if you are not happy here, you can be happy elsewhere. If you are not happy there, you can go and do, something there. And also the gimmicks, I think, that they play. So our politicians, I think, when politicians choose an easy path, and when politicians don't believe in values and the purpose for which they have been chosen, then they go astray and they don't behave, like people as such. They think that they are masters, and those, who are on the ground, they are they are seekers, I think. So they can always, control them. They can always order them, and that because they have been selected or they have been elected, they're better in terms of wisdom. They have a greater influence on society. So that feeling, somewhat, that psyche that you are different from others. That, I think, is the major reason. I think their eyes, as I think Angela was just telling, I think very rightly, that you get lost, I think, in your personal enjoyment or your personal growth. I think the assets, I think, and that somebody told, I think, in the morning, I think Greg told an interesting thing, that Newtonian vision, I think that that distracts your mind, because Newtonian vision has something to do with materialism. And when you talk of materialism can never bring people together. What can bring together is not materialism. What can bring together is sacrifice, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I hope with this, we have come to an end for this today's panel. And
Can I take a minute? Can I just respond to one issue, Samita Kundu?
Yes, please.
I remember a very interesting discussion in Sweden in a conference. A French professor said, sorry, the French people, a large section of the French people do not want to use their card for local travel because they don't want government to know where from the person is traveling. This is the confidential information, and some section of the people believe that this should not be shared. And when you mentioned it, the professor from Japan, I was really surprised. He said, what is wrong? What is big deal about it? Where I'm traveling, that information can easily be shared. I may also think that, look, where I'm traveling within the city is not that great a secret. But I must tell you, not answering census questionnaire, not answering even NSS questionnaire now is not optional, it's mandatory. If you do not answer, refuse to answer census questionnaire, legal action can be taken against. But since I've been a member of National Statistical Commission, I'm happy to note that not even 1% of such cases have come. People have not protested, excepting my colleague I mentioned in Jawaharlal Nehru University historian. He thought that anybody asking how much of soap and pickle you consume is an infringement of privacy. There are many things for which data are required for planning. And if you really look at the ground reality, I think I was opposing Aadhaar card, but I do believe that Aadhaar card has done certainly targeting much better. And I would like to share one more experience. Again, I know there can be pros and cons. One can argue this side, that side. I was chairing a committee on drinking water and sanitation. And I got a circular from the government ministry that can you include the religion also of the household, whether Hindu, Muslim, scheduled caste. I discussed, I said, drinking water and sanitation is a universal thing. Everybody should have it. Why do you need Hindu-Muslim classification? So we had big civil society. And as I said, some people raised questions about the intention of the government. I'm talking about some time back. And we decided, no, we'll not allow. Because, Statistical Commission was independent. We said, sorry, we do not want to ask this question. After 7 years, when I presented in a conference organized by the Muslim intellectuals, I mentioned that. He said, damn it, we needed that data. We wanted to show that Muslims are not getting the water supply, sewerage, sanitation. I'm not very sure whether I did the right thing or wrong thing. So it depends on the situation. And I would certainly think that Some information has to, but the way the rights have been eroded of the civil society because of the pandemic is something which I certainly am worried about, but nonetheless, I do believe that some amount of privacy has to be sacrificed. Otherwise, no data collection is possible in the country. Thank you.
I can just add to that. This is very important. Is that I was in New York, and we had the New York University, the dean, and he was telling that once when he was traveling from Buenos Aires to New York, when he got down, then an FBI man came and put his hand on his shoulder and told that, how come you are coming 32nd time and you are you have taken the same seat. So I think that's also going to an extreme, because FBI was recording when this professor was traveling, which dates he traveled. Besides, he told you are coming on 32nd time, only on the last seat of the aeroplane, and then he wanted, I think, to interrogate him. So we should also see that data. Yes, we need data, but one is that how do we interpret data? I think that's very, very important. I think.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving us importance of the data transformation over the period of time. Thank you, sir, for today's panelist, for sparing us your valuable time and giving us more intellectual inputs. It's really a very good interactive session, I say. And I quickly brief the tomorrow's schedule. We are going to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning with a panel on smart cities and role of industries. There we can discuss on the private sector, the public sector. We have Dr. S.K. Acharya, former CMD, NLC, and also the independent director on Bhubaneswar Smart City Limited. And we are having S. Venkatamohan. He is a scientist. He will speak from his perspective on the smart cities, what are the interventions that are going to take place in the technology perspective. And Sri J. Rajeshwar Garu. So we are going to have this panel tomorrow. It's and then followed by Professor Chris special lecture we are going to have. And then we have received very good papers from various research organizations like IITs, IIMs, and very good international universities, national universities. People are doing research on various issues on smart cities. So they will make their research for presentations. And there are 10 to 12 papers in this, and each one will make presentation around 10 minutes, not more than 10 minutes. I request all of them to adhere strictly to the time. And this is the schedule for tomorrow. And I request all the eminent dignitaries, please join for tomorrow also and interact with them and give them the valuable advice in taking their research forward. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. It was a pleasure being part of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Please be with us and keep coming to the institute physically also.
Definitely, definitely.
But we have been to Anjala Gutuji several times.
Mishraji, I'll definitely come.
Because we have done a lot of work on wages, etc., and for government employees, for finance commission, also for pay commissions, and we had very good inputs and guidance from her. Not only that, she's also on the editorial board of IP journal.
IP, yes.
And she has been helping us with both the ends.
Yes. Because all the other panelists, eminent, they have, and I also request you to.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Don't take me as parochial. Then we have the lineage, I think, from the same state also.
Yes, possibly. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. I didn't realize that. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Definitely, Nini, I'll definitely come. First chance that I get. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Please join for tomorrow's sessions also. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mishra, sir.
Thank you.